Introduce. what you're doing? don't think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
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 Six-foot turkey. Turkey. 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Wednesday to you, or whatever time, what day of the week it might happen to be, whether you're watching live, in a time zone different from my own, or whether you're watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube. I'm glad you could be here today. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And a very happy Stegosaurivers to one and all. It was on this very day, back in 1877, that paleontologist Othniel Charles Marsh first published Stegosaurus. I know I'm seeing earlier in the chat, we've got some real Stegosaur aficionados here. We're going to be talking all about your favorite dinosaur today, so picked a good day to tune in. For anybody who might be new, though, if it's your very first time watching, let me give you a little introduction, I guess. Let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. So I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig them up during the summers. This past summer, I was working in Wyoming and Utah in Cretaceous rocks in both states, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur, and we live streamed that. So check out the YouTube page if you want to see those live stream recordings. Really looking forward to doing that again next year. Oh man, it's going to be great. So yeah, welcome to Paleontologizing. On these broadcasts, I try and fulfill my duty as a scientist, not just to make scientific discoveries, but to do public outreach at the same time to tell the world about them. Getting 2 birds stoned at once here, you know? So if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs in particular, that's what I work on. That's my wheelhouse. Or if you have questions about broader topics in science, about, you know, the geological history of our magnificent planet Earth. Or, how life has evolved and changed, and, you know, many species have gone extinct, others have gone on and diversified. If you've got questions about any of that stuff, there are a lot of mysteries that still remain. If you've got any questions about any of those mysteries, do not hesitate to ask them. That's what these streams are all about, you know? Those are the bread and butter of our broadcasts here, our viewer questions. Gunning Rage, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How are you? Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Yeah. And Haraz says, for a split second, I heard Arnold Schwarzenegger. That can't have been right. And holy cow, Trappy Jenkins. Oh, yeah. Or 18 months ago, Trappy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 18 months of support. Holy cow. That is extraordinary. I really appreciate it, Rilo Rolo. Become extinct, or they evolve into something else. Rilo Rolo, thank you for the 7 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Gunning Rage says, hi there. Hi there to you, Gunning Rage. Doing good, thank you. How are you? Doing quite well. Thank you for asking. Welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah. And Fedorasaur says, alerts are very quiet, I think? Is that right? OBS has been, this program that I used to stream with has been extremely buggy today. Steely Dance is not hearing the alerts? You can hear the music right now, right? Can you not hear the music? Oh, shoot. Hang on a minute here. OBS has just decided to completely reset all of my audio settings, apparently. Hang on a sec here. New desktop audio. It went back to the default device for no reason. And now that's not working. Hang on a minute. Can you hear music now? Is it working now? Yeah, Fedorasaur says sometimes OBS will reset everything when it updates. It didn't update. I did not update it. Let's make sure... Can you hear the music there now too? You should be able to. And there, you can hear it now? Okay. Sometimes also, even though it's the same audio source, copied and pasted in all these different scenes, sometimes it'll reset them in certain scenes, but not in other scenes. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. I'm glad that's not happening this time. Anyway, sorry about that, everybody. I was struggling with OBS for like 40 minutes before, probably longer actually, before I started today's stream. And I thought, I don't know, something is not right with the program. I had to restart it about 20 times today just to be able to get it to communicate with the Stream Deck and also communicate with my cameras. And it's just closing the program, opening the program, closing the program, opening the program. And after about 20 tries, it decided to work. Everything at once. So anyway, yeah. It's good to be here, everybody. And I'm glad you're here. We're going to have fun talking about Stegosaurus today. Yeah. And Lugnudo. Audio desyncs. That's not great. Oh, boy. Yeah, anyway. And Golganek says, such hexagons on the printer, Danny. Yes, indeed, Golganek. Ios and Lordy are letting me keep my car at their house while the rear windshield gets replaced today. And Sloppy Salamander.
Howdy, howdy.
What a fun coincidence that it's Stegosaurus anniversary, just back from
Yeah.
the Smithsonian where I got to see one in person for the first time.
That's one of the original specimens, Sloppy Salamander. I think there's 3 or 4 different Stegosaurus specimens that went together to make that one specimen. But yeah, pretty cool, At least the original one. I think since the renovation they may have remedied that. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah. And I'm not making a beehive right now. I am 3D printing parts of a wine rack for Lordy and Ios. Because I promised them I would do this, and gotta make sure that since they're being so good to me and letting me keep my car in their garage as the rear window. If you weren't here on Monday, a thief smashed the rear window on my car, stole my tool bag out of the back that had all of my, like, emergency supplies in it. Anyway, so it's going to be about $350 to fix that. Ugh. But Lordy and Ios were very kind and letting me keep my car in their garage so it's safe and nobody starts living in it. Because I don't have a garage to keep it in at my apartment. I have to park it on the street. So I wanted to make sure that I got this done for them, because I've told them for a while I would print them another wine rack, and here we go. Yeah. So yeah. And speaking of which, I may get a phone call during today's stream and have to leave you for a minute if I get word that that the repair guys showed up to fix their windshield. So yeah. And there you go, Sloppy Salamander. Yeah, USNM, that's United States National Museum. 4929 and 4935. I think there's 2 more specimens in there, Sloppy Salamander. Or there used to be, at least. Yeah. But yeah. And Oakley Wellness says, well, that's not cool that happened to you in your car. Yeah. I honestly live in kind of a rough neighborhood. But I'm going to be moving in December. It's also going to be expensive, but I'm going to be moving. And, yeah. I'm really looking forward to that. We're going to have a whole different setup here. And I'm excited about that. Going to have a modular setup for the background with different fossil 3D prints every day. And a bunch of other stuff like that, too. So, very excited about that. And, let's see here. Yeah, give me just a second here. That's weird, this isn't working. Strange. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Stegosaurus today, because it was on this very day, like I was saying. In 1877, that,
If you're feeling a bit
Stegosaurus
try blaming the dinosaurs.
was first published.
If we're talking about Stegosaurus, can you tell me something about Dacentrurus armatus?
Ooh, the first and largest of the Stegosaurs.
For a long time now, and one
Yeah.
yesterday's donation text. Do you think my knowledge is enough to actually work there?
Actually work.
I learned about paleontology for 4 years on and off, and to put it in a fancy
Very
way,
cool.
I did as an autodidact, lol.
I respect that.
And OFC, these
Yeah.
bits are also some compensation for the tool bag.
I appreciate that, Savage. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. It is good to have you here. Let's talk a little about Dacentrurus. Dacentrurus is... That's so cool that that's your favorite stegosaur. I think a lot of people they're not really familiar with this critter, even though it was the first of the stegosaurids to be described. And it's from the UK. It's actually from Swindon. And, it is as far as I know, the largest of the stegosaurids, too. Even larger than North America's Stegosaurus. And I think I even have a video queued up for that, don't I? Let's take a look at that critter right now. I don't, but let me find it real quick on the old YouTube. And how many different stegosaurids are there? There's a few, Little Pink Pony. About 20, I think.
What was the earliest stegosaurid found? And why do you think we have found ankylosaurs everywhere, but not stegosaur relatives?
Oh, that's a great question, Dinosaur Dave. I think Huayangosaurus might be one of the earliest of the stegosaurids. From the early Jurassic of China, although I think that was recently reevaluated, so now we think it's from the middle or late Jurassic. This is a good question. Some of these things are being redated recently. Yeah, we'll talk about that. But here. This right here is Stegosaurus. This is the Sophie specimen that the museum in London purchased. They don't really dig up a lot of their own dinosaurs anymore. They mostly buy things. This one was purchased from Wyoming. But we're going to be talking about a stegosaur that was actually dug up in England in this video. Check it out.
In December 2014, the Natural History Museum unveiled the most complete Stegosaurus specimen ever to be discovered. But that wasn't the only stegosaur specimen on display here. Paul, what are we stood in front of?
That's Paul Barrett right there. Yeah.
And Dacentrurus is actually the first stegosaur to ever be scientifically described.
Yep.
Whereabouts was this specimen found as well?
This is actually from right here in the UK, from the rather unexotic locality of Swindon.
When it was...
And Swindon. I'm not from the UK. If we have any UK viewers right now, please maybe enlighten us. Why is Swindon a punchline? Why does everyone joke? Why does everyone laugh when the word Swindon is uttered? Is it like Bakersfield here in California, where it's just like, you know, kind of the middle of nowhere place? It's meh, says Papa Meow Meow. It's basically a roundabout with some offices, says Mark Melbourne. Okay. Huh. Well, all right. Interesting. Yeah.
Scientifically described.
Whereabouts was this specimen found as well?
This is actually from right here in the UK, from the rather unexotic locality of Swindon.
When it was...
Although, I mean, to be fair, the UK is rather unexotic as a whole. But yeah. Andy says, it's a pigsty. Wait, Swindon is a pigsty? Really? Good point about Swindon is that it is the hometown of music group XTC. Music group XTC? I thought that was a famous Twitch streamer, weird adult, XTC. Shows what I know, I suppose. Swindon is one of those places that is seen as a bit naff, as we would say in the UK. What does that mean? I have to look this up now. Lacking in good style. Oh, lacking in style or good taste. So, I guess... would that be, like, equivalent to, say, gauche? Or... to be much less charitable, trashy? Maybe my Swindon Bakersfield analogy has got more weight than I'd originally thought. Tacky, says Harry Fetch. Okay, okay. Nice. Well, thank you for enlightening me. Appreciate that.
Unexotic locality of Swindon.
When it was first discovered, what did it tell paleontologists of the day?
Well, this is the first one ever found, so it was the roadmap for understanding what stegosaurs look like. And what we're looking at is basically the...
well, kind of not. It would be a specimen of Stegosaurus found in, I think, Colorado? Much later than this, that would be the roadmap for what stegosaurs looked like. Ducentrurus, this is... It's... there's not a whole lot there. It is enormous. What you're looking at right here is the hips. So there's those huge iliac crests right there. These are the sacral vertebrae right there in the middle. This animal is enormous. I think it is the largest of the stegosaurs. Even larger than the largest Stegosaurus specimen. So Stegosaurus itself gets pretty big. Stegosaurus ungulatus. These might actually be the same species. Ungulatus and Stenops. But, yeah. These are big animals. Ducentrurus is bigger than this. And Eddie Scarin says, what happens when you fuse Iguanodon, Tyrannosaurus, and Stegosaurus? Eddie Scarin, I would tell you, but, unfortunately...
Ontogeny.
Access denied.
I'm not allowed to reveal that because of, well, a certain Japanese media company might copyright strike this if I even say the word Godzilla. So, yeah. Anyway, Eddie Scarin, you know very well what happens then. No, when the concept artists behind the film Gojira in 1954 were trying to create the titular character, they created, or they kind of smushed together various aspects of different dinosaurs from the 1954 Time magazine article? 1953? 1953 Time magazine, Anyway, there was a Stegosaurus, a Tyrannosaurus, and an Iguanodon illustrations. They mushed them together to make Godzilla. Yeah, and it is a very old... I mean, it's an old-school version of all three of those Javasaurus, yes. Yes. Printed a model someone made of the 1954 Godzilla... That's super cool, Lugnudo. Do you have a link to the, to that file? Because I might be interested in printing that. That's really neat. And yeah, oh no, there goes Tokyo. Yes, indeed, Steely Dan. The aspect of Stegosaurus that they borrowed was the dorsal plates, which in the 1954 Godzilla, they really don't look anything like Stegosaur plates, like, at all. They really don't. But I guess the idea of these dorsal plates, these big osteoderms in the back, those were, I guess they drew from Stegosaurus, some inspiration there. Yeah. Little Pink Pony says, I have a quick question. I was watching a video about Hadrosaurus, and it said they were reptiles. Is that true? I mean, I guess, Little Pink Pony, yeah. Hadrosaurus is an ornithischian dinosaur, and dinosaurs evolved from earlier reptiles, so yeah, Hadrosaurus would be a reptile. And the same way that birds are reptiles. Birds evolved from earlier dinosaurs, which evolved from earlier reptiles. So birds would be reptiles. Hadrosaurus evolved from earlier ornithischian dinosaurs, which evolved from earlier reptiles, so that would also be a reptile. We don't really use the term reptile that often in the sciences, in evolutionary biology, because it's a little misleading. We were talking yesterday about, you know, paraphyletic groups, how they're not clades, how they're not like true groups because you exclude some of the descendants arbitrarily, and it doesn't make sense, you know? So yeah. If you're willing to consider birds to be reptiles, then Hadrosaurus is also a reptile, yes. Yeah. And Lugnudo, you pirated that off Sketchfab? Lugnudo, if you could tell me how to do that, holy cow, would I be very interested if you could share your wisdom on such matters. I'd be very interested in learning how to do that. Ah, yeah. But yeah, when did pterosaurs and marine reptiles converge, I think, from the dinosaurs? Oh, they go back, well, marine reptiles are not a group unto themselves. It's a bunch of different things, all separate from each other, that we call marine reptiles. It's turtles, it's crocodiles, it's lizard-like things. It's snakes are marine reptiles too. Sea snakes are marine reptiles. Galapagos iguanas are marine reptiles. So yeah. So anyway, if you want to go back to that, Savage, you got to go back to all the way back here. Let's go to our Tree of Life, and let's go to Sauropsida. Yeah. Splits them up. Oh, interesting, Lugnudo. Okay, okay. Huh. Anyway, yeah, all the marine reptiles would be lepidosaurs. Yeah, they'd be lepidosaurs, so this would be the branch that you'd go back to. All of the marine reptiles, and then pterosaurs as well. They're all... Well, no, are they? No, they're not. You gotta go back even further. You gotta go back to the base of Sauropsida, I guess, because crocodiles, they're marine crocodiles. Oh, yeah. Anyway, this is gonna be a little bit confusing for anybody watching who doesn't know what we're talking about, so I'm not gonna dwell on this. But if you're looking for the convergence point of pterosaurs and all different kinds of marine reptiles, you'd have to go to the very base of Sauropsida. Here, let's see if this works today. This Tree of Life here. Nope, we're looking for the interactive one. Tree of Life diagram. Interactive Tree of Life. Here it is. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So, if we're looking for where the pterosaurs, right here, well, these guys converge with us about 350 million years ago. But if we're trying to get from pterosaurs to, say, these marine reptiles, you've got to go back not quite as far. 285 million years ago, they shared a common ancestor. So they would be 30 millionth cousins 24 million times removed, if that makes sense. Yeah. Cool stuff, right? Yeah. And Fedorasaur says, since Stegosaurus had such big back legs, were they able to stand upright, you think? I think they were. I think that's an easy yes. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And HD and HB, yeah, my car is sitting in Ios and Lordy's garage right now, so it is not getting rained on. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah. There you go, Steely Dan. And yeah, Savage, when we're talking about marine reptiles, that's just a grab bag term, you know? It's like saying big predators or, you know, mega herbivores or something like that. These are just different groups of sauropsid, so reptiles, that evolved to live in the sea. So here you've got a bunch of different kinds of marine reptile. We've got... Let me annotate this for you. Come on, annotation software. There we go. Good, it's working. So, we've got like 9 different kinds of reptiles here. Ichthyosaurs are an interesting branch. They're probably kind of near lizards. So are plesiosaurs. There's a plesiosaur. There's a short neck plesiosaur right here. Placodonts are these guys. I'm not even sure where they belong. This is another ichthyosaur right here. This is a marine lizard. A mosasaur. This is a nothosaur, which is probably pretty close to plesiosaurs. This is a marine crocodile right here, which is a kind of crocodile. So these are all from different groups of reptiles. And we don't even have some other ones here, like sea snakes or sea turtles are also marine reptiles. They're not even featured on here. Nor are... I don't see any thalattosaurs either, but that's another group of marine reptiles that doesn't get enough attention. Yeah, so marine reptiles, there's lots of different groups. And they're not related to each other very closely at all. Yeah. Does that answer your question, Savage? I hope so. And another quirk with... Interesting. What group do mosasaurs, pliosaurs, plesiosaurs, etc. fall under, Savage? Well, shoot. Mosasaurs are lizards, so they're part of Squamata.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Joshua, sweet. Thank you. The 16 months.
What does this button do?
It shows that you've been a long-time supporter, and I appreciate that very much, Joshua, sweet. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for this long. It's a long time, and I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. That's, different groups. By the way, pliosaurs, the short-necked plesiosaurs, they're a kind of plesiosaur. I know when a lot of people, especially in the general public, think plesiosaur, they think long neck. Only, like, maybe less than half of plesiosaurs had long necks. This is a plesiosaur, as well as this. So, yeah. Anyway. How many months are in a year? I've 40? 60? I'm not sure, Joshua Sweet. Yeah, and yeah, Kronosaurus is a short-necked plesiosaur. Dinosaur Dave, yes indeed. Yeah. And my preferred browser is Firefox, but unfortunately I can't use it, Lugnudo. Because it doesn't work with a lot of the stuff that I use for streaming, so I have to use Chrome, even though I like Firefox better. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, yeah, and you don't dual wield. I'm running 9 different like CPU intense programs right now on my machine, Lugnudo. I can't really. It wouldn't make sense for me to run Firefox and Chrome at the same time. Especially with how much of a memory hog both of those are. Anyway, yeah. And lots of sites aren't working with Firefox these days. Exactly, Kirsten. Yeah. Anyway. And Weird Adult says, are the marine reptiles in the graphic warm-blooded? That's a great question. A lot of these guys probably are. We do have evidence that plesiosaurs like this. I think elasmosaurs in particular, they were warm-blooded. Mosasaurs probably were too. And by warm-blooded, that's a really loosey-goosey term, and I don't like using it very much. But by warm-blooded, I mean mostly endothermic, so generating their own body heat from within. In the same way that we do. You know, you can go out on a really cold day, and you can run around and generate your own body heat. You don't have to stand in the sun to warm up like, say, you know, a green iguana or something like that. Placodonts, they may have been cold-blooded. Marine crocodiles, it's hard to say. I don't know. We really only have good evidence that I think elasmosaurs were warm-blooded. Let's see here. Trying to find you this article. Let's try dinosaur metabolism. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Yeah. Hot-blooded or cold-blooded? Chemical clues solve one of the oldest mysteries in paleontology. Solve is a strong word, but gives us some solid evidence on that. So this is an elasmosaur right here, and this study suggests that these guys they generated their own body heat. They'd be warm-blooded. Interestingly, stegosaurs come out as having lower metabolisms, almost being cold-blooded, which is interesting. Ornithischian dinosaurs in general, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, which does not include birds. Birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. I know, it's confusing. But yeah, stegosaurs, like a lot of ornithischian dinosaurs, may have not generated their own body heat as much as the rest of their dinosaur cousins. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And are turtles warm-blooded? As the only example of modern marine reptiles, this is the thing, is that, like, metabolism can actually vary within groups like that. So, good question, Dinosaur Dave. Leatherback turtles.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Dorkalotl.
Hi everyone. I
Holy
got
cow.
a tour of the museum, University Fossil Collection in
Very
the
nice.
It was really, really cool, and I can't believe they actually agreed to show me around Paleodog.
Of course they did, Dorkalotl. That's awesome. Good for you. You got to go into collections and see the prep lab? That's very, very cool. I mean, you're actually digging fossils for that institution. It's about time they brought you back there. That's really cool, Dorkalotl. See, this is what I'm always telling everybody. If you want to get involved in paleontology, contact a museum. See if you can volunteer. See if you can do field work for them. You never know what kind of cool opportunities you might have until you try. So, Dorkalotl, I'm proud of you. That's really, really cool. That's very, very cool. Congrats. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, for the 33 months of support. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Thank you, thank you. And by the way, I wore the, that Forrest Raked, the Titanus, giant fossil bird shirt that you got me, Dorkalotl. Wore that just the other day. Thank you again. Love that shirt. Here, let's take a look at this video here. Are all reptiles cold-blooded?
And that question was, are all reptiles cold-blooded? So first we have to recognize what we mean by cold-blooded. Like, there are many reptiles, like lizards and snakes, that'll keep their body temperature well above 100 degrees, which would kill us, a warm-blooded animal. So the important thing here is not necessarily
it's thermoregulation,
how much heat does an organism generate, but how do they generate that heat? And the technical terms for this are going to be endothermic and ectothermic. So
which I've already talked about a little bit. So endothermic means that you generate your own body heat from within. Ectothermic means that you get it from outside. Ecto meaning like from the outside. Now check this out.
Leatherback sea turtles can generate heat through their near constant muscle movement and have been measured to have body temperatures sometimes 32 degrees warmer than the water that they're swimming in. And although some of these species do show
That's really impressive.
of endothermy, they don't truly maintain their body temperature internally. Therefore, they're still classified as ectotherms.
I mean, kind of. It gets tricky. It depends on what your definition of ectothermy versus endothermy is. But, yeah. Oh, and here we go. I'm getting a phone call. This is about the, Here, let's just continue this. This is about the car.
Non-avian extant reptiles are exclusively ectothermic, as are most animals on the planet. In fact, the only two that aren't are going to be the birds and mammals. Although, like some reptiles, there are mammals that show some ectothermic traits and not exclusively endothermic, like the naked mole rats, who don't make sense in more ways than just this, but they also aren't able to maintain a steady body temperature and use the ambient heat in the tunnels around them to maintain that temperature. So ultimately, these things exist on a spectrum, just like almost everything that we try to categorize as humans. There's not a yes/no flag. It's a spectrum of how ectothermic or endothermic are you in.
Sorry, the music was going at the same time. Anyway, yeah. And excuse me. Oh, and that's very cool, Darkolotl. I am glad that you at least get to work at the site. That's really cool stuff. And, anyway, yeah. Davis Reptile Lab. I wonder if this is this UC Davis? University of California Davis? Or is this... What is this channel? More about this channel? Maybe it's just a guy named Davis. Anyway, yeah. So, endothermy versus ectothermy. As we were talking about the other day, this is not like a strict dichotomy here. Here, check this out.
You probably learned that there are two types of animals. Warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature, and cold-blooded ones, which rely on the environment for heat and therefore have body temperatures that fluctuate. But that's...
So yeah, warm-blooded versus cold-blooded. It's actually much more complex and interesting than that. Like most things in nature, it's not a simple binary like this. There's a big, beautiful spectrum in between and lots of like weird exceptions and things that don't really fit in either category and like... It's cool stuff.
That's basically wrong. I'm David, and this is Minute Earth. When you try to actually categorize animals by their temperature regulation strategies, they don't fit neatly into two buckets.
There you go, Charlie's Dragon,
Let's take a look at how animals generate their heat. Mammals like humans and bears and hedgehogs mostly generate their heat internally, putting them over here. But other mammals, like naked mole rats, have mostly lost that ability because they live in underground chambers with natural year-round climate control. So let's put them over here. And while many reptiles and invertebrates and fish have to get most of their heat from their surroundings, and thus...
And leatherback turtles are actually a uniquely bad example to put right there. Like, you could have put any other sauropsid there, and it would have been a better example than this, almost.
Go here. Some, like honeybees and tuna, can also use their powerful muscles to generate heat internally.
That's exactly what leatherback turtles do. Yeah.
So they go closer to the middle. Honeybees can actually generate so much internal heat that they can collectively cook invading hornets.
Yep. And Casey Snowart, yes, indeed. Holy cow, you're from Colorado, aren't you? A very happy Stegosauriversary to you, Casey Snowart. Yeah. And it's not of finding Stegosaurus. Today is the publication date of Stegosaurus in 1877. It may have actually been found a handful of times prior to that. But this is the very day that Stegosaurus as a name was first published in the scientific literature. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And you can get the Stegosaurus license plate? You can, Tommy Platicus. That is a thing. Yeah. Colorado. Stegosaurus license plate. Very nice. Beautiful. From 9 News. Jurassic themed, and it is for once actually Jurassic themed. Because Stegosaurus is from the Jurassic period for once. A lot of other dinosaurs, like in Jurassic Park, the majority of those dinosaurs are from the Cretaceous. Only 2 of them are from the Jurassic. Is this video about that?
Museum of Nature and Science sits a box about the size of a cell phone.
Stop
with
it.
a handful of bones inside.
So this is the famous dinosaur that was found at Coors Field. This is the fossil Dinger.
Yep, That's Dinger.
He's fun,
the purple,
playful,
polka-dotted,
incredible optimist,
Triceratops mascot of the Colorado Rockies baseball team.
He is always excited to see Rockies baseball, see his fans.
A mascot inspired by one of the last dinosaurs to roam what paleontologists call the Denver Basin.
The Denver Basin goes from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, and it preserves rock from right before the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Tyler Leeson is the curator of vertebrate paleontology at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science.
Oh yeah, every day I geek out.
He says the origins of Dinger date back decades.
In 1993, when they were building Coors Stadium, a rib fragment
Is that Tyler Leeson
right
there?
Here, popped up.
Construction crews called the museum. After collecting the fossil came the task of identifying it.
You can see it's a long cylindrical bone. The only bone that looks like that is a rib.
Scientists knew it must belong to a dinosaur because of its size. They just had to determine which dinosaur.
We can then take the rib from Dinger and then compare it with all of the common dinosaurs from here in the Denver Basin, like Edmontosaurus and like a Tyrannosaurus rex. And then we can sort of figure out that this is most similar to the rib of a horned dinosaur.
A horned dinosaur, like a Triceratops, like Dinger.
He was born in 94, hatched in 94, but we do not know how long his egg was underground. Just waiting for us to build this stadium and unearth his egg.
A mascot and a fossil for
Well.
We call this fossil the Dinger fossil because it's the fossil upon which Dinger is based.
Huh.
Yeah, that is correct. It is another name for a home run.
A small piece of Denver's prehistoric age.
Yeah, there could be more there, though.
Leeson would love to fully uncover.
I would love to bring a team of volunteers out there with some shovels, dig up the field, and see if we can find the rest of Dinger.
Well. They're always looking for volunteers at museums. So if any of you, like Casey Snowart, happen to live in Colorado, there's some wonderful museums that might love to have you as a volunteer there. Yeah. Weird Adult says, I don't think ceratopsians can spin their heads. I think you're probably right, Weird Adult. Not even owls can do that. Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about metabolism. I feel like I've made my point there. I'm sure we'll return to this video again in the future. What do you say we get into actually talking about Stegosaurus a little bit, huh? Let's do that. And Casey Snowart says, I mean, if they would take an artist with 0% experience and 100% enthusiasm, maybe I'll apply. 100% enthusiasm might be too high, Casey Snowart. Maybe tone it down to like 95. But no, I mean, there are some of the best fossil preparators in the world have an art background, particularly like drawing or sculpting. Here we go. Check this out. From the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
Dinosaur from a group of families called Ankylosaurs. They are the armored dinosaurs. If you could imagine an armadillo with a lot of spikes all over it. It's a common misconception that bones are dug in the field where they're found. What actually happens is that a researcher will be walking through, deserted, barren canyon land, looking for bones sticking out of the rocks or weathering out. A trench is dug around the specimen.
You saw this summer, Chad.
Wrapped in bandages.
Showed you this live.
In plaster, which is what you see here. So this is straight from the field where it was found in Mongolia. For this kind of material, I would use small tools like these needles and things like that, and some brushes to slowly work off the rock from the bone. This is soft enough where I can...
So he's what we call a preparator. So this is like a technician in the laboratory, often a volunteer, but sometimes there are professional preparators if the museum actually has a budget to pay them. But oftentimes preparators have a strong background in art, because it's almost like sculpting in a way, except the sculpture it already exists. You're just removing the rock around it. But having that sense of 3D space like that, can be really, really important, and also having a knowledge of anatomy too. But you can pick that up on the job sometimes.
Use these kind of needles and things like that to kind of gently work it off. We're basically chipping away till we get to the surface of the bone, and then what we're doing from there is following the line of the bone around, gradually.
So I think his background is in art, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
So what I'm doing is essentially just using this needle to softly
And Lady Fiend says, I was able to do this years ago. Loved it. That is awesome, Lady Fiend. That's really, really cool. Holy cow. Museums are always looking for volunteers to do this kind of work because there's always a backlog of fossils there. There's a backlog of jackets in storage. You know, like you saw this summer when I was out in Wyoming and Utah. We had these fossil jackets that we bring back to the museum. And let me show you. Let's see, looking through these photos. There we go. Holy cow. You remember that scene at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark? With that gigantic warehouse? Just full of crates of who knows what? This was the Museum of the Rockies storage facility. I helped move a ton of these jackets in the summer of 2011. Each one of these has got dinosaur fossils inside of it. And this is not like there's another half of it here that you're not even seeing. I couldn't fit everything in the same frame. There for scale are paleontologist Alida Bayul, who I think is in China now, and Nate Carroll, who's now the curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. So yeah, this is a lot. And so each one of these is just waiting to be opened up and prepped like this.
Work off the surface of the rock till I get to the layer of bone underneath. I've been working on this piece already about 5 months.
You're in Utah. Oh, very cool.
It's probably going to take me another...
And holy cow, Lady Fiend, there is a Dinosaur Ancient People Museum in Price, Utah. You're talking about Utah's Prehistoric Museum, affiliated with the College of Eastern Utah. Holy cow, Lady Fiend. A friend of mine is the curator of that museum now. The paleontology curator. Holy cow, that's small world. My mom's dad founded it. He donated many dinosaur fossils. Lady Fiend, that is phenomenal. Shoot. If you've not gotten in contact with the folks there, I'm sure they'd love to meet you. Yeah. Small world. Holy cow. So a friend of mine, Josh Lively, just got hired there as curator. Can we find a video with Josh yet, or is he too new? Let's see here. Here he is giving a talk about mosasaurs, which is one group of animals that he studied. He's originally from Alabama. Really personable guy. I like Josh a lot.
Local paleontology. And another local announcement.
Not good audio here. Apologize.
Marine reptile researchers across the globe already.
So there's Josh right there.
Next May in 2022, we are going to be hosting the 7th Triennial Mosasaur and Marine Reptile Meeting right here in Price. So there'll be people coming from just about every continent who study mosasaurs and marine reptiles to our meeting that happens every 3 years. And I'm really excited that we get to host the next one right here in Price, Utah.
So yeah, I was just in Price this past summer. Find some photos. I went to, before I did some field work in Wyoming and Utah, I was at a big conference in Utah. The Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference. And here are some of my photos from the museum in Price. Oh, there's Josh right there. So he's talking about, he's taking us on a tour of the lab right here. There he is, talking about, I think this is a big piece of a sauropod right here. Yeah. Good stuff. And holy cow, there's their beautiful Stegosaurus specimen. It's a cast. Although there are real bones. Oh, shoot. This is partly real. I liked how it reminded, this Stegosaurus here, the way that it's posed reminded me of like a semi-truck on the highway jackknifing. Just going, about to roll over. The Stegosaurus taking a hard left right there. Yeah, but some of these are real bones. Like that humerus is real. The scapula right there, that's real. Some of those dorsal plates, like this one right here, that's real. The rest are replicas. Yeah. Anyway, Price, Utah, very cool place. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. The museum in Price is definitely worth visiting if you've never been. As soon as you walk in, you're greeted by this. If you're lucky, you'll be greeted by Josh Lively, the curator. But there's this big Utah raptor doing something crazy with its legs there in the foyer as you walk in. Yeah. And, yeah. Good stuff. So, anyway. What were we talking about? We were talking about fossil prep.
To get it to the condition that the researchers wanted in.
Look at this incredible work. This is beautiful.
These researchers go out to the field and collect hundreds of specimens, and they bring them back here to the museum. A lot of times we just find pieces like you see here. These are just broken pieces of bones of individual dinosaurs and things like that. But once in a while we do get whole dinosaurs, and this tells us very much about the anatomy. This is how we know how certain dinosaurs were actually, how their bones were arranged and things like that.
So the point is,
rubber, we've actually made.
The point is, if you are interested in fossils and if you would like to help contribute to the field of paleontology, you do not have to be a professional paleontologist to do that. Museums are always looking for volunteers, whether it's in the laboratory here or whether it's out in the field. Call up your museum locally or send some emails around and see if you might be able to help out. Different museums will have different levels of choosiness about who their volunteers are. Different amounts of paperwork to fill out. Sometimes it's a good amount. Sometimes you got to do like a background check and stuff. And sometimes it's just like, yeah, come on over. You know, come meet us. But I really mean that sincerely. If there is anyone watching right now who is interested in fossils and they want to actually become involved in paleontology, don't let that just be a dream. Make it happen. You can do that. You know, don't let your dreams be dreams. Contact your local museum. They might be absolutely thrilled that you want to help out. And who knows what could come of that. Who knows what discoveries you might be able to make. Yeah. And Ash Rubber says, do you need any special education / course to help out? Usually not. So this summer, I was working with with two different groups. Neither of which required any kind of special qualifications or anything like that. So let's find some of those recordings. Let's go into videos. Let's try this one here.
This terrestrial Cretaceous rocks in North America, maybe the world.
Here we go. There's Ethan right there, who is a student in paleontology. Fisher is also a student in paleontology. We've got two volunteers over there joining us who didn't actually have any like professional qualifications in this, although they've been on a few digs before. I think Marisa has been on a few digs before, but that's not a prerequisite necessarily. We had a college freshman join us too. was she?
Lots and lots of different habitats.
There she is right there. Yeah. So we always need people power out there in the field.
From deserts to tundras.
And if you're cool with putting up with the conditions out there, with lack of electricity, heat, bugs, wind, stuff like that. If you're cool spending time in the outdoors for a long period of time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work being done.
Horse slope?
Yeah, up in Alaska.
Busy place.
Anyway, it can be a ton of fun. I live for field work personally. That is, if I could be in the field 9 months out of the year, I would be, you know? We'll see about this year. It might be close to 4. Close to 4 months I'll be spending in the field this year. Casey Snowart says, I still can't believe they'd let me do that as a layperson. What are you talking about? That's like the majority of our workforce in the field, Casey Snowart. I will definitely have to look into it, though. I'm close to Dinosaur Ridge. Oh, man, you are right in the heart of things, Casey Snowart. I think they have a small team of paleontologists. Maybe they'd be desperate enough to let me do that. If not, there are other digs going on across the Colorado Plateau. In Colorado and in Utah. And up in Wyoming and in Montana, too. If you're serious about it, you will get onto a field crew. You know? I'll just put it that way. If you're serious about making this happen, it will happen. There are opportunities. And if you're blessed to have the wherewithal to do that, if you don't need to work a job 40 hours a week all year, if you can afford to take a week or 2 or 3 or 4 off and do something like this, then yeah, you can absolutely do that. Yeah. And I love dispersed camping and backpacking, so no worries there. No, I'm feeling super qualified. Oh yeah, Casey Snewart. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm excited for you. Holy cow. There is so much
Thanksgiving
that you can do.
Actually printed.
Yeah. You could help out, you know, digging up a new species of dinosaur, or collecting data on ancient mammals, or something exciting and cool. It's such a privilege to be able to do this kind of work. When you're digging up a fossil and you realize, I am the first person, literally the first person who has ever seen this. It's a big deal. That's a tremendous feeling. To know that this thing hasn't seen the light of day in tens of millions of years, and there you are finding it for the first time. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Want to be present for that, honestly? Yeah, Casey Snowart, you should totally go for that. 1,000,000% you should do that. DM me if you need any advice or anything, you know? My whole point here on Twitch is to talk about fossil science, get people interested and inspired in the history of life on Earth, and if I can do that by helping you get onto a field crew, I'll be happy, you know? Yeah. Consider it an act of public service there. Anyway, and Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome, Lenina. Sorry I'm a little bit early today, but it's Wednesday. Sometimes I'm early on Wednesdays. It's good to see you, Lenina. I hope you're having a good day. Hello, enemies. Choppy Jenkins, always the contrarian there. Oh, and this here, I'm so glad I brought these laminated sheets out into the field with me this summer. You know, I can't just, when I'm away from the computer, I can't just pull up diagrams and stuff like that, so I've got a list of ones that I need to print for this next year.
This is a simplified family tree showing amniotes. So this is how we classify living things. It's based on who their ancestors are. That's how we determine, you know, when we say this creature is related to that creature, that means that they're really close on the family tree. They share a common ancestor recently. So amniotes are here. These are land-living creatures that lay eggs. And then, well, they start off living on land. Some of them later go into the water, like ichthyosaurs or plesiosaurs, etc. But anyway, reptiles start right here. And And then you see
Separate
mammals
from the
around to
mammals.
side. They're not reptiles. But everything from this point on up over here is a reptile. That includes all of your dinosaurs, which start
Sauropsid. So
And then this
reptile.
here is birds.
Reptile is kind of an imprecise term. Sauropsid would be more precise. But yeah. Anyway, check out the YouTube page if you want to see more footage of our live streams from this past summer, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. And Casey Snowart has a Colorado-related question. Well. Just talking to my local history museum director, and he said that they got their first dinosaur fossil. He said Colorado claims ownership of any fossils found on public land. On state land, that's true. Not on federal land, Casey Snowart. It gets a little complicated here in the States, here in the U.S. But yeah, if a fossil is found on state land, then the person who decides what's done with that is the state paleontologist. Which... that's odd. Does Colorado not have a state paleontologist? That's strange. Well, maybe not. But in Utah, our state paleontologist is Jim Kirkland.
40 million years old. These are some of the oldest dinosaur-bearing rocks in the entire world. So yeah.
From the Cretaceous, at least. Come on, where's Jim?
To the Morrison.
We're having signal issues at this time.
I've got some work that I got to do, some tasks I have to finish in the quarry today. So I might be a little bit less attentive to chat than I am usually. And here we go.
Your turtle back.
Yeah.
Josh says, get the rest of it.
Oh yeah. We're going to dig in there and see if there's any more. I think that's probably going to be it, though, for the turtle.
All the turtle.
So there's Jim,
Yeah.
Utah state paleontologist.
I don't know who it is.
So he's in charge of all the fossils on state land as a state employee.
Look at shell texture, because they have a lot of different textures, different types.
Yeah, that evolves pretty quickly.
Say something.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is so smooth and enamel-like.
Mm-hmm.
Not really enamel, but, you know,
Yeah.
Bone. I haven't really seen one like that.
Weird.
Certainly not in early.
Mayor of Space.
100%.
Mayor of Space says Jim Kirkland is a far nicer person than Kim Jerkland. That's true. Kim Jerkland, she's a piece of work. Jim Kirkland, though, he's a real sweetheart.
Sure it is a turtle? Because I know I thought it looked like a turtle, but I wasn't 1,000,000% sure.
It looks turtle like a piece of turtle.
Yeah. Yeah.
But.
Okay. Well, let's take a look.
I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah.
It's not a fish.
Uh-huh.
Jim has dug up more dinosaurs than maybe
Fish, you know,
almost anyone else in the world.
Right, yeah.
So there's no big fish. It's
Yeah.
harsh, not a...
Jim Kirkland might have his name on more new species of dinosaurs on their original scientific papers than any other person alive, too. It would be between, like, Jim Kirkland, Xu Sheng from China, Jack Horner from Montana, maybe some other people from China, too. But yeah, and California does not have a state paleontologist, as far as I know, Peter Steves. Actually, the only two states I can think of off the top of my head who have or had a state paleontologist were Montana. Jack Horner, my old boss, was the state paleontologist of Montana. And Jim Kirkland of Utah. Wyoming might have a state paleontologist. I'm not sure. Let's look that up. And then I'll get back to Casey Snowart's post there. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything immediate here. Wyoming state paleontologist. Well, if we go to Utah state paleontologist, bow right there. Jim Kirkland, Utah Geological Survey. Yeah. Don DeBlue, who he's also working with, is the assistant state paleontologist of Utah. So Utah and Wyoming might be Utah and Montana might be the only two states that have got state paleontologists They might be. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. And what does the state do if there is no state paleontologist? Instead, the fossil resources of that state on state lands are administered by somebody in the state government. Maybe the head of the state DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. And Confused Echidna says, hi, Danny in chat. Happy Stego birthday. I'm doing well. I'm glad you're here, Confused Echidna. I hope you're doing well, too. It's good to see you. Yeah. And how does one become the state paleontologist? You have to defeat the previous state paleontologist in hand-to-hand combat. That's what Jim Kirkland did a number of years ago. There can only be one, exactly, except Kirsten. Yeah. He defeated previous state paleontologist, Dave Gillette, I believe? No, I'm kidding. That's not how it works. You apply for a job in Utah, it's at the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources. So... this is where our conference was held back in June. The Department of Natural Resources building in Salt Lake City, Utah. And this is also where Jim works. I've grown quite familiar with this place. And I hope to be doing some live streams from there next summer with the Starlink. We'll see. Yeah, there's some... I don't know, I guess minor functionaries. Who's this guy right here? I don't know. You know, minor government officials. Meeting in the DNR building there. So, you know, it's a marginally important place. Probably never heard of this guy before. He's called... Mint Ramnai. Anyway, you know, just a little government building. Not very important. But being facetious. But yeah. Anyway. Replica fossil bones as clubs. No, it's bare knuckles Mikey likes. Yeah. Anyway, and I wonder if the DNR logo is representative of a real landmark. I think it is, Espy, yeah. I think that those might be the Wasatch Mountains. I wouldn't be shocked if those are the Wasatch Range in the logo there. But there are different DNR logos. Like, this one is Wildlife Resources, so you've got an elk right there. An elk is a big old deer. You've got Water Resources. There's, like a hand pump spigot thing. You've got DNR State Parks right there with a camping tent. And then you've got the Geological Survey, which has got a... there we go. A hoodoo right there. Cool rock formation. So yeah. But yeah, anyway. What were we even talking about? Oh, I was going to get back to Casey Snowhart's post. Where was that? He said, Colorado claims ownership of any fossils on public land. If it's on state land, then yes, it belongs to the people of that state. It needs to be administered by the state. Held in the public trust by the state. There's lots of public land here. However, the museum has it on indefinite loan since it was found on city property. I've never even thought of this aspect of paleontology. How hard do state laws make it to collect specimens, if at all? No, it makes it easier. Casey Snowhart, private land is what makes things difficult. If something is on public land, if it's on... you know, say I want to go out and look for fossils on state land in Utah. As a paleontologist, knowing the people that I do, like Jim Kirkland here, I can talk to Jim and be like, hey, really interested in doing field work in this area. I'm going to get a team together. We're going to raise some money. We need some permits. Jim, can you help me out with this? Jim will be like, yeah. As long as those fossils go to a repository, and the usual repository is the University of Utah collections in Salt Lake City, then great, you know? We're good to go. If it's on federal land, then you need federal permits. Jim might be able to help with that too. If it's on private land, though, you need to make an agreement with the private landowner. And usually private landowners want to sell fossils to the highest bidder. Sometimes, on very rare occasions, you get private landowners who are real sweethearts. And they want to actually make sure that fossils are available to scientists for study. I'll show you an example. Here we go. Take a look at this.
Powered by the Montana Television Network. The 10 o'clock news continues on KRTV, Montana's news leader.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Dan and Lila Redding of Redding Farms have opened their private land north of Rudyard to paleontologists for the past 35 years. One section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur. Husband and wife paleontologist
I know those people.
Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip in the Coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how.
So there's Denver Fowler, my old crew chief. Yeah, and there's his crew of paleontologists and volunteers. There's paleontologist and volunteer, not getting paid, Jack Wilson. Peter Thomas, volunteer from Seattle, Washington. Liz Friedman Fowler, she's married to Denver. They are together a paleontologist power couple. And then I don't know who this dingus is in the background, sticking his hand up this bucket. But yeah,
this dinosaur was going to be. But we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out.
It's a tibia right there.
Joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur skeleton.
Look at this crummy drawing. Whoever drew this hopefully did not have a lot of prior warning or sufficient notice that he would have to draw a drawing like this for a film crew. So all he had was a lined notebook and a fountain pen. Yeah.
Skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the rocks where we are right now.
A local high school science teacher explored the Coulee about 35 years ago and told the
dingus?
Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard. So, the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students.
So these are the people right here, the landowners Dan and Lila Redding. Huge paleo salute to them. So they have contributed, I think, more than they could ever realize to the science of vertebrate paleontology. This is such an important series of rocks they have there on their property, and they have been letting paleontologists from Bill Clemens all the way up until Denver and Liz in the present, come and dig on their land, and all of the fossils from their land, you know, Dan and Lila could sell these fossils. And they could maybe make some money off of that, but they're not in it for the money. They're in it for the good of humanity. They understand how important these scientific specimens are, and out of the goodness of their hearts, they donate those to us. So this is very rare on private land, but it happened here, and huge salute to Dan and Lila Redding.
Property and discovered it was one of the best fossil sites in the world.
We do it for these students, and the honor we got out of that was looking, when they started as a grad student, now most of them are doctors in their field of study, and all have just done amazing things in the field of paleontology.
Liz in Denver will be bringing the skeleton back to Dickinson Museum Center within the week. Over the next few years, they will clean, study, and make copies of the skeleton. Near Rudyard, Josh Meny, MTN News.
Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. And, Akari, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Belint from Science Terms, how you doing? Welcome. It's good to see you, Belint. How are you doing? And a very happy Stegosauriversary to you, Belint. A happy Stegosauriversary to us all. It was on this day back in 1877 that Stegosaurus was first published. And Akari says, I do like Stegos. Well, you are in the right place, Akari. Welcome. Yeah. And happy Stego Day to you, too. Thank you, Belint. Appreciate you. And Amish Andy.
Amish_Andy gifted a tier 1 sub to Akari.
Amish Andy, thank you.
In the channel.
Really appreciate that, Amish Andy. Thank you. And welcome, Akari. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who just waltzed in recently, let me introduce myself again real quick. We're like more than an hour and a half into the stream, and we haven't really even talked about Stegosaurus yet. So, I guess there's been a little bit of dereliction of duty here. That's on me. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So paleontologists are scientists who study fossils. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but looking at my office here, you can probably guess that I do work on dinosaurs. And I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I dig them up during the summers. I was live streaming that this past summer. That was a ton of fun. Such a privilege to be able to do that. And I talk about dinosaurs 5 days out of the week, every weekday, here on Twitch now. And believe it or not, this is how I make my living. I'm like a busker, like a street performer, but on the internet, talking about dinosaurs. So, I'm glad you're here, Akari, and everyone else who's just waltzed in recently. Let me know if you've got any questions. We're going to get into some stegosaur discussion. Yeah. And were they able to get your window fixed? It's happening as we speak, Risudegu. It's happening as we speak, a few miles away. Now, let me get back to our agenda here. Let's see. Stegosaurus anniversary. Here we go. Stegosaurus occurs in North America, in U.S. states like Montana, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. Colorado actually has Stegosaurus as its official state fossil. But people from less fortunate countries sometimes will purchase Stegosaurus specimens from private land, and that's what happened with the Natural History Museum in London of the United Kingdom. They're very proud of this specimen. I think it's kind of weird to be really, really proud of something you purchased, but, you know, it got a grade on a curve here. It's England, so, yeah. And you in it right. Holy cow. What is this? Hang on a minute. Thank you. Trinary Celebrations for that Ko-Fi donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. A very happy Stegosaurivers to you. Thanks for celebrating with me. Let's check it out.
We don't have any Stegosaurus material ready in the museum, so this is a really exciting moment for us. It's a really nice opportunity for us to get a stunning new specimen in.
And Gabrielle the Achillobator says, honestly can't blame anyone for being proud of owning a fossil. I mean, I don't own any important fossils, Gabrielle. The point is not owning things. The point is, like, securing them for science. And I guess in this sense, they did secure it for science. They got a massive donation to be able to purchase this thing, but I don't know. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I don't know. I'd feel a lot more pride in digging something up myself than purchasing it, you know? Maybe that's just the result of me not growing up with money and not having money to this day. You know, I think I think a lot of people would agree. There's a lot more honor in digging something up yourself. There's a lot more pride in labor, in earning something by the sweat of your brow than there is by, you know, just spending some cash on it, you know? I gain a lot of satisfaction from that. And the thing is, in the UK, people say, oh, well, there's no dinosaurs in the UK. Not true. The Isle of Wight has got a wealth of dinosaur fossils, and I would love to see more museums in England dig up some dinosaurs themselves, rather than just rely on historical specimens dug up 100 years ago, or longer, or purchasing things from other parts of the world, you know? You've got a wealth of fossils in your own nation. You know, maybe look into that a little bit, instead of spending millions of dollars on fossils from Wyoming, you know? But anyway, yeah, that's just me. And a lot of other paleontologists, often from working class backgrounds. Solidarity. Yeah. And there's a lot more of your soul in that unique fossil discovery, I would think. That's a good way to put it, Kolganek. I like that. Yeah. And Neovenator is one of my favorite UK's paleofauna. Yeah, Gabrielle, that is a cool critter, and we need more Neovenator specimens. Like, it'd be really cool to find more of that animal. That is from the Isle of Wight, isn't it? Isn't it from the Wealden? In the Isle of Wight? We need more of that. I think it's coeval with dinosaurs like Iguanodon and Baryonyx. We need more Neovenator, and that's not going to happen if museums in the UK just continue purchasing fossils from around the world instead of, like, you know, going to the Isle of Wight locally and looking for more Neovenator. So yeah. More Neo specimens, please. There you go, Gabrielle. Yes. Yeah. And Beats International says, I wonder why the Isle of Wight in particular has a lot of fossils. It's got a lot of exposed rock. And that's the thing about the Isle of Wight. In the rest of the UK, you know, as beautiful as that country might be, there's a lot of forest, and what's not forested might be covered by grass or by parking lots or car parks. as they would say in the local tongue. But, yeah.
Hello, my name's Jeremy Lockwood, and I'm a PhD student with the Natural History Museum and the University of Portsmouth, researching diversity in iguanodontian dinosaurs.
So he's somebody who's actually doing this good work on the Isle of Wight.
Compton, a place I regularly go to.
Yeah, Compton, straight out of Compton. Diverse iguanodontian fossils, straight out of Compton. Yes, quite. Yes.
And today we're going to go down onto the beach at Compton, a place I regularly go to hunt for dinosaur remains.
Riveting camera work. See how exciting fieldwork can be? It's different in the UK, I suppose. But, yeah, believe me, we don't have stairs where I go to dig up fossils. Anyway, let's get to the outcrop. There we go. You've got these beautiful sea cliffs on the Isle of Wight, and these are where the fossils come from. Hills are nature stairs. It's true, Lenina.
So, this isn't from the time of the dinosaurs, but this is from the last ice age.
That's overburden. Here. Let's get to some Mesozoic strata here, shall we?
It's, at low tide, it's often a good idea to just walk along the edge and pick up particularly little black things. They're often little bits of wood.
You know, I guess it is fair. When people from the UK talk about how they don't have as many fossil exposures as we have in the US, or in Canada for that matter, yeah. It's fair, you know? So, here, take a look at this. If you want a good sense of the relative size of the UK versus the US, there you go. No, that is not another Great Lake there. That is the UK. Right there. So let's just draw on here. Here we go. Switch to blue. Like good fossil-bearing rocks in the US. They might be like this, and then into Idaho, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota. Basically, like, a lot of what you see in here is really, really good dinosaur-bearing rocks. It's basically larger than the entire kingdom of the UK. I said kingdom and not nation, because I know there's several countries within the United Kingdom. Yeah, and then there's other places. We've got dinosaur fossils from over here, near New Jersey. We've got a few from Nevada now. We've got a few from California. Yeah, but the majority of dinosaur fossils in the US are from this area here. From Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Montana. These states here are real hotbeds of dinosaur fossils. So yeah. Beats International says, yep, the state of Texas, formerly bigger than our country. Well, if you ask the Texans, Beats International. Texans are liable to tell you that Texas is larger than the United States, larger than North America, larger than the Earth's moon, larger than the solar system, larger than the known universe. And we all smile and nod because we know that, as the saying goes, you don't mess with Texas. You know? It's not fair. You know? Don't do that. Have a heart. Don't mess with Texas. You know what their school systems are like. Don't mess with Texas. You know? Don't do that. So yeah. You mess with Texas, guns follow. Right, and then they shoot themselves right in the femoral artery, and you don't want to have to drive them to the hospital afterwards, Sketchwan. You really don't. It's not pretty. So just, you know, just be nice. Don't mess with Texas. Have a heart, you know? Yeah. Casey Snowart, this is not including you. Yeah. Appreciate you, Casey Snowart. Lenina, another wonderful Texan here, by the way. Any state will have really, really cool people. No matter what the archetype might be from that particular U.S. state, there will be cool people who will live there. And not everyone, you know, fits the archetype. Definitely not, you know? For instance, I live in California, and you know, I don't drive a Prius, or I'm vegetarian. Not at all. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't fit with other California stereotypes. I don't live under a palm tree. I don't surf to school every morning. I don't ride skateboards with Arnold Schwarzenegger, or I don't live next door to Mickey Mouse. Yeah. And XF Kirsten says, I live in Seattle and I do love the rain and drink lots of coffee. That's true of a lot of people, though. I also love the rain. I don't really drink coffee unless I'm working on a project and can deal with the shakes. Always got to eat before I drink coffee or I'll get the shakes. But I don't live in Seattle. Anyway, and Casey Snowart says, I do feel exceptionally lucky that I got an excellent education in my public school. Learned a lot about evolution and everything. That is phenomenal, Casey Snowart. That's really good to hear. You're really lucky. That's awesome. But also recognize that's not just a Texas problem. That's a problem in pretty much every state of the union here in the U.S. We don't have federal standards for education, especially not for biology. So, yeah. Education is based on... Standards are set at the local level in the U.S. Local school districts will decide what will and what will not be taught. Their Common Core tried to remedy this, but it was really a half measure. So, yeah. Little Pink Pony says, we were taught intelligent design, which is... I'm glad you're rolling your eyes at that, Little Pink Pony, because that is not science. Yeah. Although, I literally know people who were taught in public school astrology instead of astronomy. So, yeah. Maybe that's not as crazy as being taught intelligent design instead of actual natural history. Actual biology. But it's still nuts, you know? Yeah. Neverwinter says that's really rare to be taught astrology. I mean, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised. Yeah. Anyway, and going off this map, my parents live in Arkansas now. Tommy Platicus. Oh, because they live in the south of England? Sorry, I already had this up. I didn't pull up another map that didn't have the UK superimposed on it. Yeah. Anyway, that situation has gotten a lot worse lately, sadly. We were not Common Core and got to make our own curriculum, I guess, as a district. So I guess that we just had some smart people in charge. You're really lucky that you did, Casey Snowart. Yeah. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, how would in-depth evolution lessons help a regular people build a future world? To me, it seems some 10 hours is completely enough in school curriculums, no? I would disagree. Evolution is the fundamental principle in all of biology. If you're not teaching evolution, you're not teaching biology. The idea of common descent, that we all come from the same place, is incredibly fundamental. It is much, much more important. I would say it's 100 times more important than learning anything about the structure of the cell or anything like that. You know? Chat, what is the line that you've all learned about the cell, about mitochondria? A lot of you know this already. I mean, evolution, the idea that living things change over time, if that's the only real concept that you learn in biology, that's a building block for literally everything else. And yeah, the powerhouse of the cell, exactly, yeah. At what point does that actually help you in your daily life? You know? At what point does that help you separate fact from fiction? This is... I wonder if I can find a clip of this, because I've been watching a television show recently. Yes, they have it. A television show. It came out pretty recently, I think. It's called The Sopranos. And the episode I got to last night, I started watching this back in, like, April or something. I finally got into season 6. And, yeah. Rebel Decibel says, knowing evolution is cool, but when you're sick and need someone who knows how to build medicine... That's evolution, Rebel Decibel. Holy cow, that is evolution. That's exactly what I'm talking about here. Holy cow. Holy cow. So, shoot. Okay, you've really got me on a tear here. But, okay. Tangent. There was a... Let's see. Check this out. November 1984. 15th of November. That's tomorrow. It's today, actually. Shoot. This was, this is 39 years ago today. Well, well, well.
A month-old infant who received a baboon heart transplant died on this day in 1984. The infant, named Baby Faye, was born with an almost fatal newborn deformity known as hypoplastic left heart syndrome, in which parts of the left side of the heart are missing.
Yep.
Surgeon Dr. Leonard L. Bailey convinced Baby Faye's mother to allow him to try the experimental baboon heart transplant, which the baby survived longer than any other recipient of an animal heart.
Up until that point. And so... the doctor was kind of on the right track in choosing an animal that's relatively closely related to people. But he made a fatal error in this regard. I mean, it was kind of by mistake that he made that almost correct choice. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. So, from this article about baby Faye right there, who died shortly after her transplant. Multiple surgeons had previously experimented with baboon heart implants, leading to some speculate that baboons could be farmed in the future for such purposes. When asked why he picked a baboon over a primate more closely related to humans in evolution, like, say, a chimp or something like that, Bailey replied, "I don't believe in evolution." This is why evolution is extraordinarily important to understand. It is the fundamental principle in all of biology. This idea, like, it's what undergirds life science in general. We know that living things change over time. That's the reason why certain living things look closer to one another than other living things. That's why their DNA is closer. That's why they're more closely related. That's why a chimp might have been a better candidate than a baboon in this case. And yes, before you say it, I know that pigs are, like, typically it's a pig heart that is the like, good transplant candidate for human hearts, especially for, like, pig heart valves and stuff like that. That's kind of a fluke, where it's like, it happens to be the same size, and pigs are really common. We understand pigs pretty well, that kind of thing. But the creature with a heart that is closest to ours is indeed a chimpanzee. And pigs are not close to humans. They're not really at all, Red Bulwark. No, we'll talk about that. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, I'm not denying evolution, however, studying how proteins work or whatever seems to be more useful. That is evolution, Rebel Decibel! That's what I'm trying to say! You can't understand how proteins work and how they change over time without understanding how they came to be. Without understanding why they're similar or different from one another. That is evolution. That's the whole point. You know? Cots Plays, thank you for the follow. It's great to have you here, Cots Plays. Listen to that hot new sound. It is great to have you here. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a great stream, Cots Plays. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. Hello, hello. Yeah. So the thing is, I don't know. Well, here, I can tell you this. I've had doctors before who did not believe in evolution. And they are always bad doctors. I've had to switch doctors before because a doctor says something really, really loony after I mention that, like, you're like, well, what do you do? I'm a paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. And they're like, oh, do you really think dinosaurs lived millions of years ago? You know, I don't really believe that. And it's like, holy cow, get me out of here right now. I had to switch doctors in the past because before I had that particular exchange, my doctor was talking about chakras and energy fields and stuff like that. This is a doctor in a hospital that I was assigned to by my insurance carrier. I don't know what they're teaching in medical school nowadays, but, yeah. She was like a young person, too. She was like barely older than I was. Cots Place says, how do you even become a doctor and believe in chakras and not dinosaurs? I don't know, Cots Place. I don't know. I really don't know. Anyway, if you want to understand things like viruses, and, you know, this, I feel like this should be an important subject, given that we're still kind of in a global pandemic. People are still getting COVID all the time, and people are still dying from it, even though the media isn't covering that quite as much nowadays. It has definitely declined. It's not at its peak, but, like, it's still a serious issue. Even if you think it's over, we've just come out of, if you think it's over, a major pandemic. Over 1 million Americans died from COVID recently. If you're going to understand viruses, you have to understand evolution. It's extraordinarily important. Here, check this out from NSF News.
We know that viruses are just a number of mutations away from evolving very deadly traits.
And that number can be very small. New research at Michigan State shows how a virus called Lambda can evolve a new way to attack E. coli bacteria. And it took a mere 4 mutations to do it, in just 12 days. The Lambda virus isn't dangerous to humans, but others can be.
The bird flu, it's recently found out, is 5 mutations away from spreading between different humans.
So how might those mutations occur?
Most people, when they think about evolution, think about museums and fossils, which are records of evolution in the past. But there are systems where one can actually watch evolution as it plays out in real time. Microbial systems with bacteria and viruses have many generations every single day. So it's possible to watch the evolutionary changes as they unfold.
At an NSF Science and Technology Center, Meyer and Lenski demonstrated how the Lambda virus evolves new ways to attack its host, a step towards understanding how other viruses might do the same.
Lambda is known to exploit just one receptor on the outer membrane of E. coli.
A protein called LAM-B. Take away that protein,
and this would pressure the phage, the virus, to target something new about the cell and to enter the cell through a completely new pathway.
Which it did, quickly, targeting a similar protein called OMP-F.
So now it's able to attach to OMP-F and inject its DNA into the cell through OMP-F.
Evolving a new way to attack the bacteria. And it took just 4 mutations.
Jeez.
We saw this happen in front of our eyes. It happened repeatably, and we were able to examine how it happened and figure out why it happened.
Shedding new light on how, under the right conditions, the avian flu or other viruses might evolve new functions, new abilities, even deadly new traits.
So if we actually want to understand viruses and how they spread, if we want to be able to combat that in the future, you got to understand evolution. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Huygens says evolution ties into basically every science. Geology, psychology for how our brains evolve certain responses, physiology, anatomy, biology, biochemistry. Yeah. Epidemiology, like we just saw. Biogeography. Agriculture. Farmers need to understand evolution as well. And a lot of them do. They understand natural selection. They understand how different pests can become resistant to pesticides. Evolution is one of those things that touches all of the life sciences. It is fundamental to all of biology, you know? And I desperately wish that it were, you know, that it were taught properly in schools. But it just generally isn't. I'm trying to find this clip. Here we go. Like, there are people who really, really, really don't want these things taught in schools. They do not want evolution taught at all, and that's a big part of the reason why I'm here on Twitch. And then this is not some sort of conspiracy theory or something like that. It's like a lot of people are just really offended by the idea of evolution. You know, religious fundamentalists hate this idea. And here in the United States, they have a tremendous amount of influence. Here.
Which has
I've seen this clip a million times, but
teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yeah.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
The court took a break.
It's tremendously frustrating to me as a paleontologist, somebody who studies evolution, that this information isn't taught in so many different subjects, you know? The idea of evolution should be at the core of earth science, of biology in high school. It should be the core of basically every life science as it's taught in school, and it's just not. And I think that's one of the reasons why U.S. science education is so incredibly poor. We are something like 50th in the world in terms of science education in the United States. If you rank, country by country, United States is like 50th. It is truly embarrassing. And it's because creationists have fought tooth and nail to keep evolution out of textbooks in different subjects. It's really deeply frustrating. Rebel Decibel says, not teaching at all, of course, is silly. That's what I'm saying, yes. But a completely separate subject is probably way too big over... That's not what I'm saying, Rebel Decibel, no. The fact that living things change over time is relevant to every field, and it should be taught in lots and lots of different subjects. I'm not saying there should be a big evolution class. It's just... that should be part of the education in these different subjects. And right now, in about 50% of U.S. classrooms, it's not. It's just not. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader makes an interesting point here. Say the reason Fantasia didn't include the planned part with mammals evolving to humans was that they feared the reaction from the creationists. Stokowski never forgave them for cutting it. Wait, so that was produced and they cut it? That is... Oh. Patrick Crusader, oh my goodness. If you have a link for this, I would love to have that. Holy cow. That's heartbreaking. Real Sugar says, I was raised on Answers in Genesis. Real Sugar, I can relate. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, here in Europe, creationism was not prevalent. Maybe in the US have a different situation. Entirely different, Rebel Decibel. Holy cow. It's nuts. So... Here, let me find this. I was giving a presentation about this. Before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. There we go. This was a couple weeks ago. I was talking about doing science outreach online and why it's so incredibly important. There we go. These are hot topics, matters of debate in the general public, even if they're not matters of debate in the scientific community. Then I'm going to talk about why we, as paleontologists, might be able to do something about this, why we have an advantage here. So, first one is evolution. As paleontologists, we study the development of life on Earth through evolution. But here in the United States especially, public acceptance of evolution is dismally low. Abysmally low. A study from 2005. If you look there, this is the blue, and you really can't see this properly. Shoot. This was recorded via Zoom, and Zoom is notoriously lo-fi there. Low quality recordings. Bars there are
public acceptance of evolution in a nationwide survey of all of these, I think 35 different countries. The United States.
So yeah, these are 35 different countries right here, and blue represents like how much of the public accepts that living things change over time. They accept the idea of evolution. Here is this Iceland up at the top? Up here, there's Denmark, Sweden, France, Japan, United Kingdom. There's the UK right there, for those UK viewers who are watching right now. Guess where the US is? We are... Not at the very bottom. Turkey is at the very bottom. The US is right there. At least we beat Turkey, you know?
States is second to last. But at least we beat Turkey. Yeah. If you ever drive across the United States, chances are you will see billboards like this.
They're everywhere.
Sentiment.
These are all over the place in the U.S.
The idea of evolution.
There's one a couple miles from where I live, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. There's a billboard that says this. Just, yeah.
This is a very common sentiment. A lot of people are very hostile toward the idea of evolution. And there's...
Oh, God bless the USA. Oh, boy. Yeah, there's no observable proof of monkey-like animals turning to humans or animals of one kind turning into another, e.g. tree to chicken. They're only theories. Are you aware of this? So, yeah. I'm kind of shocked this guy doesn't have the blue check on Twitter right here. Maybe he has it hidden, but like this is almost certainly a blue check guy. Yeah. Yeah.
An example of this, a tweet from just the other day, I thought was kind of a brilliant little encapsulation of this. Yeah, big thanks to Take That Darwin on Twitter, who kind of chronicles these things.
There you go, Mayor Space, yes.
Public service there. And of course, this extends to our government as well. Just a few days ago, our new House Speaker in the United States, second in line to the presidency, is of course an ardent young Earth creationist.
These are the people who run our country. You know, we've got an uphill battle as scientists, especially as paleontologists, as anatomists, as evolutionary biologists. It's really, really nuts. It really is.
So we are fighting an uphill battle as scientists in the United States when we're trying to educate people about evolution.
Yeah. It's bad here in the U.S. It's really, really bad. And this gets us back to... As I was saying, I've been watching this television show, kind of an obscure show. I think it just came out recently, you know? It's called The Sopranos. I've just finally gotten to the last season of it here. And, I saw this episode last night, and it really stuck with me. It's interesting. Like, Tony's here in the hospital, and he's got this... they don't have a lot of books there in the hospital, so he's got this dinosaur book that he's looking at. And, yeah. There might be some swear words in this. You never know. It's HBO.
Dinosaurs. My kids can't get enough.
Yeah, me too. Ever since I saw King Kong kick their ass.
Yep.
My son loves dinosaurs too.
Couldn't bleep it fast enough, sorry.
What?
Some people would have you believe dinosaurs existed millions of years ago. It's just not true. God created the earth 6,000 years ago. And I tell my kids, you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the earth at the same time.
What, like the Flintstones?
It's in the Bible.
It's not in the Bible. It's not.
Dating stuff. A lot of scientists would disagree with you.
I think you'll find those people all have an agenda, Tony. Evolution, which is Satan's plan to deny God. Evolution and salvation are mutually exclusive.
Guy next door's a scientist. Think he'd disagree with you big time.
Then that man's not saved. Read about Mr. Coulson. We'll talk later.
So just this, oh man. This actor did a phenomenal job, and the writers putting this together, they really hit on something very true to life. When you live in the States, in the US, you will encounter people like this all the time. All the time. I'll be riding the bus and, wearing a shirt with a picture of a dinosaur on it. If somebody come up to me and they'll basically say the same thing. That happens here in the San Francisco Bay Area, In a relatively progressive place. Imagine what it would be like in a place like, I don't know, Arkansas or Florida or Texas, So yeah. That's what it's like here. That's why I'm here streaming. It's an uphill battle that we're fighting, Yeah. And Alex Vixen says, the priest I know would be laughing at the man. Absolutely. That's the thing, is that this guy here is in an extreme minority, at least in terms of, religious believers. Most people who are, have religious faith are not... They're not on board with this kind of nonsense around the world. The vast majority of religious folks have no problem with things like science or observable reality, But here in the US, we have a particularly unusual strain of fundamentalism where this sort of thing is common. Yeah. The loud ones are always the nuts, says Human Juke. I mean, got a point. Welcome, Human Juke. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I'm not here to disparage people of faith. 1000% I am not. That's not the point of what I'm saying right now. The point of what I'm saying is that we scientists have got an uphill battle here because there are a tremendous number of people with kind of particularly untrue, demonstrably false doctrines, to the point where, I don't know, you see this with, flat earth beliefs, where there are a tremendous number of people nowadays in the United States and in places like Canada as well, who believe that their particular interpretation of biblical texts is that the earth is flat. And what do you even say in a situation like that? Someone who they so vehemently espouse something that's completely false. And what do you even do about that? Well, I can tell you what I'm trying to do about that, and that's streaming here on Twitch. I don't care what kind of religious tradition you come from. I don't care... I don't care what kind of things that you were taught as a child. What kind of background you have. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You're still welcome here. And you're welcome to revel in the wonders and mysteries of the natural world with us. I hope that you're inspired to learn more about the history of life on Earth, to learn more about fossils, to learn more about this incredible pageant of life on our planet that's been unfolding for 3.5 billion years. It's not something that's just reserved for us scientists. It's something that I think everyone should be able to learn about. That's what I'm trying to do here, is share this with you. You can take it or leave it, but these are the things that we've been able to discover as scientists. And my point here on Twitch is to be able to bring that to you and help you digest it. To break it down for you so that it's not intimidating, so that it's not something that you have to feel scared of. It's not something that's locked up in an ivory tower either. These findings belong to all of us as human beings. This is part of our history. That's what I'm trying to do here. Whatever your background is, whatever your nation of origin, whatever your ethnic or religious or cultural or class background might be, it doesn't matter. The history of life on Earth belongs to you too. And I'm here to help try and deliver that to you. You know? Anyway, enough of this soapbox. You get the idea. But I'm glad you're here. And, what do you say we get into talking about Stegosaurus here? We've been going 2.5 hours at this point, and we've not even really talked about Stegosaurus yet, so... let's do that. Yeah. Rebel Decibel, I do not. No. Anyway. Yeah. Gabrielle says, what can we do? I try my best to educate about the wonders of the nature, past, present, and future. You know, like Subnautica or Avatar or Alien Planet. I've gained experience on how to deal with it, but some don't know what to... I mean, keep fighting the good fight, Gabriel. That's what I'm trying to do here. You know? Yeah. Oh. And I'm getting a call here. Here, let's talk about Stegosaurus. I'll be right back.
100 million years ago, the law of the jungle was kill or be killed. Combat was fierce, the outcome usually fatal. To level the playing field, dinosaurs staged the longest-running arms race in history and produced some of the strangest defenses ever invented. The quest for technological superiority accelerated 150 million years ago during the Jurassic period, with the arrival of the most famous armor-plated dinosaur, Stegosaurus. The size of a bus and weighing up to 4 tons, its small head earned it the reputation as one of the most intellectually challenged dinosaurs that ever lived. But it is best known for the row of diamond-shaped plates running along its back. Stalking this animal was the newest concept in terror, Allosaurus.
Ah, here we are. Where's my earbud?
Armed with huge claws and gnashing teeth, it could raise itself over Stegosaurus. Being quick and agile, it
where's my closed captions? Sorry about that. Anyway, updates. The window on the Prius has been repaired successfully. That's what that call was about. So, yeah. Now I just got to pay for that. Oof. Anyway, Red Bulwark says that scares me more than a T-Rex. Allosaurus does? Well, shoot, you might want to cover your eyes for this, then. Red Bulwark. This is my 3D printed Allosaurus skull. It is sizable. This is a big dinosaur. I'm glad we've got this as a prop today for talking about Stegosaurus, because yeah, this is maybe the dinosaur that Stegosaurus would have feared most, is Allosaurus. It has got a pretty fearsome set of jaws there. Yeah. I 3D printed this myself. This took about 900 hours of printing, something like that. I didn't actually record how long, but it was about that. Yeah. A lot. A lot. This is the state fossil of Utah, by the way, Allosaurus. Stegosaurus is the state fossil of Colorado. If you're keeping track at home. But isn't this beautiful? Kudosabudo? Yeah. Yeah. And Kyle Max says, I saw you printing some of the parts, but I didn't think the full thing would be so huge. There you go. And this is like half the size of a Tyrannosaurus skull. I would not be able to fit a full-size, full-grown Tyrannosaurus skull here in my office. Nor would I be able to print it. It's just too much. It's just too much. Allosaurus is probably maxing it out. But, pretty cool, right? And that cost more than a used car? It was probably about $200 to print, T-Mat Tricks, so if you can find a used car for less than $200, I want to know your secrets. Just joking. Thank you, Lucid Dream. Yeah. And is Stegosaurus the only Stegosaur that didn't have a shoulder spike? That's a great question, Hugin. We'll be talking a little bit about that if we have time. Different Stegosaurs have got different plate arrangements. They've got different sets of dorsal osteoderms, spikes, plates. There are other Stegosaurs that we don't have any evidence of shoulder spikes on, but a lot of those are incomplete. Hesperosaurus is another Stegosaur, also from North America, that doesn't have any evidence of shoulder spikes, so Stegosaurus would not be the only one. Yeah. And I don't have a skull print of a Brachiosaurus, Tannerim. No, but I do have a juvenile Diplodocus and a Camarasaurus, too. Camarasaurus is right here. There's Camarasaurus. Diplodocus is right up here. No Brachiosaurus yet. I've been unable to get any good files to print a Brachiosaurus skull, but that would be cool. How much filament did this Allosaurus skull take? I think this is about 8 kilograms worth of filament. It was a lot. If you just search Allosaurus skull 3D print, you'll find the files online, Lugnudo, and that'll tell you how much filament it takes. Yeah. Who actually has the largest skull? The largest skull of any creature that's ever lived might be a blue whale, Tannerim. The largest skull of any land-living animal would be Triceratops, or Torosaurus, if you think that's a separate genus. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, how are they able to defend themselves from sides? Allosaurus? Got a pretty flexible neck, I don't know. Like a bite out to the sides. Or unless you're talking about Stegosaurus, Rebel Decibel. No, Stegosaurus. With the tail spikes. So that's the thing, is that those dorsal plates, not for defense. The plates on Stegosaurus probably did not evolve for defense. Instead, those were for display and maybe also for thermoregulation. We'll be talking about that. And who had the largest brain? Tyrannosaurus, I think, has the largest brain recorded of any dinosaur so far. Yeah, let's continue.
How could Stegosaurus have defended itself against such overwhelming odds? For paleontologist Bob Backer, one solution...
They used the U.S. 3rd Armored Infantry Division. No.
Could be seen in modern man-made fighting machines, like tanks.
Now this tank works as a fighting vehicle because it can turn around real fast. Stegosaurus worked as a Jurassic fighting vehicle because it could turn around. Now to turn around...
And you know what? I think I agree with Bacher completely right here. Stegosaurus probably could swivel on its hind legs very, very quickly. It's got much longer hind limbs than forelegs, and so it probably could turn around. It could pivot real fast. Here's a skeletal diagram of Stegosaurus. Look how much longer its hind legs are than its front legs. They're like twice as long. And this is almost kind of misleading because you're looking at the shoulder blade here. That makes the forelimbs look longer than the hind limbs. The hind limbs are so much longer. This dinosaur could probably just kind of, you know, with its front limbs kind of push side to side and just go woof, 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 like that. Swivel its whole body and bring those tail spikes to bear against any potential threats who are coming after it. Yeah.
You got to push sideways with your arms.
There you go.
You do that with your deltoid muscle. Sergeant, show your deltoid. It's a good military deltoid right here.
It's labeled.
Quality deltoid. Now, Stegosaurus, as the
boy.
mother of all deltoids, if you held a Stegosaurus upper arm bone in your hands, you could feel this pulsating, maneuvering
Here.
power.
I'll be right back.
Pull out the bone. There is no dinosaur, there's no other animal of any other age with a deltoid like this. Look at this. Upper arm, left side, shoulder, elbow, and this huge squared off crest is for the deltoid. When that muscle pulled the arm sideways, pushing the stegosaur that way.
I really wish Bacher would publish these things.
Nobody could outturn a stegosaur.
With its prize-winning deltoids, Stegosaurus could turn on a sixpence.
What's a sixpence? That's probably equivalent to a US dime, isn't it? And Tenerim says, who'd be the current descendant of Stegosaurus? There are none. Stegosaurs went extinct, Tenerim, left no descendants. Yeah. Tenerim, you might be a little confused and think that different groups of dinosaurs evolved into different groups of birds. That's not the case.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
And Paula Abgul, thank you for the follow. What a spooky name. I appreciate it. That's a good one. Thank you for the follow. Tenerim, all birds evolved from a single species of dinosaur. As far as we can tell. It's not like different groups of birds evolved from different dinosaurs. No. All birds evolved from a single species of dinosaur. And it would have been something that looked kind of like this critter. Enkiornis is probably the closest thing that we have to the ancestor of all the birds. So it's from one species that all birds evolved. So if Stegosaurus went completely extinct, no birds evolved from them.
He'll tell you that in nature.
And mango salsas, some of my favorite salsas. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And why had only a few dinosaurs developed significant amounts of armor? Says, has a new bookshelf? Great question. We call those dinosaurs the Thyreophoran dinosaurs. And they all had an ancestor that had armor, and they just kind of They went all in on the whole armor thing, you know? To use a video game analogy, on their character creation screen, am I saying this correctly? They went all in on the armor. They're like, armor me up, bud. Let's make it happen. So this is the Stegosaurus and the Ankylosaurs. Stegosaurs, actually, they didn't really go all in on the armor. Only a little bit. Ankylosaurs really went all in. Yeah. And we'll be talking about them a little bit too, even though this is mostly about Stegosaurs. But the Stegosaurs and the Ankylosaurs are closely related to one another. They're both part of this group, the Thyreophorans. That looks like Gastonia right there. It's got some pretty impressive armor. It's an Ankylosaur. Stegosaurs have got a little bit of armor, but they've also got those wicked tail spikes on the back. Like this. Oof! Like that.
But the maneuver was not used for evasive action.
How did you too, Mango Salsas? Thanks for being here.
A tail equipped with a vicious four.
There you go, Tannerine. Except chickens.
One well-aimed blow could take out any attacker.
Oof.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have here the Jurassic Tail Training Kit. In this kit, you will find something exciting. Now, here is an enlarged version of a stegosaur tailbone. It is not simple. This is a complex weapon. It's got extra joint prongs here. You have muscle attachments here. You have a hole for a nerve here. You've got attachments for muscles there, and on the underside.
Dinosaur Dave knows all the terms.
Artery.
There you go.
And there are 45 of these in a row, each with separate muscular control. What can you do? You wait till your enemy is 10 feet away. You take your flexible four-pronged.
He's got a Stegosaur toy right there.
Use it as a precision weapon. You point it this way, you point it that way, you go up, and you fence with it.
Yeah, so like Dinosaur Dave was saying, hopefully I pronounced these things correctly. Dinosaur Dave has got some terminology for us. So Stegosaurs spec'd out defense, with Stegosaurs focusing on special defense. And Ankylosaurs spec'd into defense. Special defense is against ranged or magic-based defense, counters physical damage in most games. You lost me. But yeah. Here's an illustration in motion how this might have worked.
In the Jurassic world, Stegosaurus was the only plant eater that stood a fighting chance against Allosaurus.
That's not Allosaurus, that's Ceratosaurus right there. What are you talking about?
Stegosaurus literally swung into action, fencing with its tail like a primeval swordsman.
That's Ceratosaurus there.
Allosaurus needed split-second timing to score a hit. If he missed, just one strike from the Stegosaur's tail could be fatal.
Ooh, it's curtains. R.I.P. that Ceratosaurus.
But in war, even the best weapons and tactics cannot assure victory. Strewn across the battlefield are the casualties of the dinosaur arms race. 100 million years ago, this sandstone outcrop near Garden Park, Colorado, was the scene of a tragic duel.
Colorado happens to be the state with Stegosaurus as its state fossil. Stego Sherman, there you go, Kralik.
Ken Carpenter of the Denver Museum of Natural History stumbled upon the loser by accident.
Yeah, and I ran into Ken Carpenter this summer at the conference in Salt Lake. Yeah.
Buried in the side of a ravine were the remains of a female Stegosaurus.
Wait, how do we know it's a female Stegosaurus? I cast suspicion on that. It's very difficult to tell in the fossil record.
The bones made up one of the most complete skeletons ever found.
Yeah.
Embedded in a coffin of stone, it was 7.5 meters long. The challenge was how to excavate it. Ken and his team decided to take it back to the lab in one piece.
Like a Stego, yeah. That's probably what happened there,
Out of the ground. When they were finished, a 5-ton slab sat precariously on a few wooden supports.
That's what you want. You don't want to have a bad flip. You want to make sure that it's very well undercut.
In paleontology, plaster keeps the rock from cracking when it is moved. But Ken was taking a risk. The slab now weighed 6.5 tons.
Huh.
To lift it,
it's probably
Ken
more than an
called on
adult
the
stegosaur.
United States Army.
A Chinook.
A
Look
Chinook
at that dual rotor.
The workhorse of the military was ideal for transporting an armor-plated dinosaur from the battlefield.
Yeah. I've been privileged enough to work with helicopters in the field. It's always a thrill.
Excavated, 3 lone tail spikes were recovered intact. But the 4th was horribly deformed. And it was broken in half.
Interesting.
To find out what had caused such a debilitating injury, Ken called in medical imaging specialist Laurie McWhinney.
This is really cool. And holy cow! I've never actually seen this video before. I tried to watch Paleo World when I was a kid. Only ever caught a few episodes. Never seen this one until this day. Laurie McWhinney right there has got a species of armored dinosaur named after her. Gastonia Laurie McWhinney. It's cool to, like, actually see her face. I've heard her name many, many times. Yeah.
I thought about the trauma when I first saw this. I thought, geez, what could have happened that this spike could have ended up in this condition? It's definitely was different from what I was seeing with the other spikes. And I just couldn't imagine what force it could have taken to have this particular spike end up like this.
A CAT scan revealed the spikes were made of bone.
We know that already. Yep, it's bone.
In a healthy stegosaur, the bone grows in layers, like the rings of a tree, which makes it strong. But a scan of the broken spike showed it was weakened by massive internal damage.
Huh.
Bacterium would have entered in through the wound and virtually ate away the bone inside. This would have compromised the structure of this bone. Also, you would probably notice pus pockets, areas where pus would have oozed out from.
Did this ever get published on? I don't remember this.
After
and Red Bullrick says, I thought it was keratin-like, so there's a bony core and there's keratin over the surface of it. This means that the actual bone itself was damaged and would have been injured like this. So, I don't have a stegosaur spike to show you right now. I will be 3D printing one in the near future. I don't have it done yet. But a stegosaur spike, it's got a bony core to it. There's one from Bone Clones right there. What you're seeing right here is bone. But imagine this with a keratin sheath over the top. So basically that would extend like this, would go over the top like that. And be kind of like this. It would make it a lot longer and a lot sharper. See how this looks kind of blunt right here at the end? It's kind of rounded like that. It would have been very, very sharp in life with that keratin sheath over the top of it. Does that make sense? Well, spike necrosis, yeah, Golganek. I mean, if the animal was using this as a weapon, which it almost certainly was, then, you know, this is one of the business ends of the animal. It's gonna get hurt every once in a while if it takes a bad swing.
After the spike was broken off, the bone began to die. Eventually, the stegosaur developed the bone-wasting condition, osteomyelitis.
Oh boy, yeah.
But what could have broken a bone stronger than an elephant's tusk?
Well, something stronger than an elephant.
Laurie McWhinney thinks the stegosaur may have swung its tail and accidentally hit a tree. The force of the blow stunned her. Now she was easy prey for Allosaurus. But she did not die in combat. Ken Carpenter found her lying in what was once a small pond. Drought had made the land dry and food scarce. A fire sparked by a thunderstorm swept away the remaining vegetation. Dazed and riddled with infection, she was too weak to move and may have died of malnutrition.
I wonder if Ken Carpenter ever published on this.
But others of her kind would be more successful, because Stegosaurus was armed with
If you're
more
feeling
than
a
just
bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Is there any evidence that Stegosaurus had spikes on its side like Kentrosaurus or Gigantospinosaurus?
That's a great question, Dinosaur Dave. The answer is a definitive no. We don't have any evidence of that, of shoulder spikes or hip spikes. We used to think that dinosaurs like Kentrosaurus may have had hip spikes. Now we think they're probably shoulder spikes, like on Gigantospinosaurus, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, no evidence of that for Stegosaurus, or for its close relative from roughly the same time. It may be an ancestor of Stegosaurus, Hesperosaurus. Yeah. And he did publish on it, Alex Vixen. Well. Take a look at that. In the book The Armored Dinosaurs. So this is one of those Indiana University Press volumes, probably. Yeah, Indiana University Press. Post-traumatic chronic osteomyelitis and Stegosaurus dermal spikes. Let's see if... Here. Give me a second here. And let me see if I can find this paper in an accessible format. All right, let's give that a shot. Osteomyelitis. And DJ K-Pop Girl, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm trying to find this paper right now. Oh, shoot.
Has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
It's not working.
Access denied.
Sorry, everybody. And Fedorasaur, thank you for the raid, too. One after another. Holy cow. Good stuff, Fedorasaur and DJ K-Pop Girl. How were your streams? I hope they were both really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Welcome back, Fedorasaur. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Stream was good. Ready for dinosaurs. Well, happy Stegosauriversary to you, DJ K-Pop Girl. It was on this very day, November 15th, 1877, that one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs was first published. We're, of course, talking about Stegosaurus here. Not Tradoon, but Stegosaurus. Yeah. And that is one of the most beautiful Stegosaurus models anywhere. PNSO does such good work.
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't, until I read a book called the dinosaur chicken conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Adosha, thank you for the 13 months of support at level 2. Holy cow, Adosha. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. Thanks for keeping me here on the air at level 2. Tier 2 sub. I appreciate that, Adosha. 13 months is a long time. Thanks for your ongoing support for that. Impressive. Yeah. And Phoenix Fire Element says, hi, I'm watching with my kiddo, and she wants to know which dinosaur had the largest tooth. Oh, you know what? I can show you. Hang on a second. Rummage through this for a second. There it is right there. The dinosaur with the largest teeth is one that you already know. It is Tyrannosaurus. T-Rex had the largest teeth of any dinosaur, and this is a pretty large Tyrannosaurus tooth right here. Yeah. This is the tooth of the B-Rex specimen of Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's MOR 1120, I think, is the specimen number. Do we have that right? This is the root of the tooth right here. So the part that will actually stick up out of the jaw is like this. Dinosaurs didn't have the biggest teeth of any animals that ever lived, but they had more teeth than other critters like mammoths that had bigger teeth. But, that's not a knife. HD, no, it's a Tyrannosaur tooth. Yeah. And, so this is from... I'm not 100% sure if this is from the maxilla or from the dentary. But this is a tooth from the... It could be from the right dentary or from the left maxilla up here. But, it's one of these big old teeth like this. It's probably a maxillary tooth, actually, just given how long the root is. So it's probably from the upper jaw, like Andy Then Did was saying. But there is a chance it is from the dentary. Dinosaurs like this were always growing new teeth all the time. Check this out right here.
About them and make one if we can.
Make a dinosaur? The things Jack Horner says.
That's my old boss, Jack Horner.
But the finds he's made, including more T-Rexes than anyone else in the world, make him a legend.
Ain't good, Chuck Horner. Knifey, T-Rex toothy.
Oh my gosh. Are these teeth?
Yes.
Look at that. And not just any teeth, the teeth of the oldest T-Rex ever found.
So this tooth that I have right here, this is a cast. This is an exact replica of the real thing, molded and cast from the original. That's from one of these teeth in this drawer. It might be this one here. Back there. But this is from B-Rex.
This little pocket right here in the teeth
Yeah.
is where the next tooth sits. Dinosaurs replaced their teeth throughout their life, and T-Rex replaced it, all of their teeth, every year.
Yeah, it's true. Cool stuff, right? Anyway. Yeah. And she's cheering loudly, says Phoenix Fire Element. That makes me really happy. So you kiddo who's watching right now, I'm glad you're excited about this. This is good stuff, right? I encourage you to learn more about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are, in my opinion, the coolest thing in the whole world. And the more you learn about dinosaurs, the better you'll do in school. The more you'll understand about how the world works. Dinosaurs are such a wonderful tool for learning and for growing. You know how sometimes it's, I don't know, maybe you're a kid who doesn't really like to eat their vegetables that much. I can relate to that sometimes. But vegetables are good for you, you know? It's like, well, what if vegetables tasted like candy? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Dinosaurs are like that. Where dinosaurs are something that are really, really good to learn about. It's good for you like vegetables, but it's also the coolest thing in the world. So, I don't know if I'm making any sense here. Does that analogy make any sense at all? Yeah. Steely Dan says, I credit dinosaur love for my interest in science and learning in general. There you go. Yeah. I think dinosaurs are how a lot of people fall in love with learning. And that's so cool. In fact, I talked about this, what was it, last week? I really want to help commission a study on this. I really want to help write a paper about all the different people in the world who first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs. I might give it a kind of a sensational title and call it like How Dinosaurs Will Cure Cancer. Because there are so many people in the world. There are doctors and engineers and teachers and coders and lots and lots and lots of different kinds of scientists. All of these grown-ups who do really cool stuff and are helping make the world a better place through learning and new discoveries. And they first fell in love with learning and making discoveries by learning about dinosaurs. I would love to actually commission a study through a polling agency or maybe just through some really well-crafted emails sent out to different professional societies. But just get a more or less representative sample of different people in knowledge fields around the world and ask them, how many of you first got involved with learning and new discoveries because you were obsessed with dinosaurs as a kid? Because you loved dinosaurs. Dinosaur science might not seem like the most important thing in the world. It might not seem like we're at the forefront of science. Well, I mean, we are at the forefront of science, but it might not seem like the most important science. Holy cow, do we as dinosaur paleontologists inspire the rest of the world through our discoveries and through our study of these incredible animals. I think that's really special. I think that's really important. And I would love to see some numbers on that. So maybe at some point in the future, I will be trying to do like a crowdfunding campaign to raise a little bit of money so that we can commission a proper survey of people in different knowledge fields like this to try and get some good data. It's just an idea at this point, but I'd love to make that happen. You know? Yeah. And dinosaurs are the gateway candy to science literacy. There you go, Aspie. I appreciate that term. Gateway candy. A lot more palatable than gateway drug. Yeah. Adosia says, I'll donate to that Kickstarter. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. We'll see about that. Yeah. And Gabriel says, my brother handed me a Jurassic Park 3 T-Rex toy when I was 2 or so. And right then and there, I was interested in most of our natural world and learning about it. No hesitation, no delays. Just snap of the fingers like that. That's beautiful, Gabriel. That's beautiful. Do I know the one you're talking about? Was it the React Attack Tyrannosaurus? React Attack Tyrannosaurus JP3. Was it this one right here? Because I had this toy as a kid. Yeah. That was it? Yeah! These are fun because they make a noise when you press a button like on their throat or on the back of their neck. And they make a noise when you hit the grievous wound that they have on their side. That battle damage there, Steely Dan, yeah. Can I find a commercial of this, maybe? Let's see. React attack. Commercial? We'll search that, see if it comes up. There we go.
And roar. A pteranodon drops in for dinner, but decides on takeout instead. Our heroes give chase in the all-terrain dino trapper, free Eric, and trap the bird, but T-Rex crashes their party.
Not a bird, but there's the T-Rex. Yeah.
Look for the mark of Jurassic Park.
Sorry, the audio is so lousy here. Yeah, but there we go.
They're roaring back. Jurassic Park 3 with React attack sounds. They fight, and roar like never before. Stegosaurus has a bone to pick with T-Rex. Dino damage. That's gotta. Hungry raptors hunt in pack.
And you get the idea. The point is, stuff like this might seem silly. And I know as scientists, like, we're kind of... A lot of us are trained to kind of, like, poo-poo this kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, you know, that's just sensationalist stuff. But kids get really interested in this. And when it's something that's real, a real part of natural history like dinosaurs, not like Pokemon or like some sort of other licensed fictional thing. It's like, this is a real part of natural history. These creatures really lived. And we can actually learn more about them through scientific means. That's immensely powerful. Dinosaurs are kind of a unique gateway into science like that for kids. And that's not something that should be sneezed at or laughed off. Got nothing against silly. Win 258. Win 528. Sorry. There you go. Yeah. And Amaturn 00B, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. They say, I teach middle school and I have a student with autism who absolutely loves learning about dinosaurs. I've turned all of our geography lessons and related them to dinosaurs. That's beautiful. We are currently learning about climate zones. So now he knows that T-Rex would live in a place with a tropical climate versus an Ankylosaurus, which lived in a more semi-arid climate. Very cool. Well, T-Rex and Ankylosaurus actually lived in the same place at the same time. Aperture, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to burst your bubble here. There are other kinds of ankylosaurs that did live in drier environments. Especially in Mongolia, we've got different kinds of ankylosaurs. But T-Rex and Ankylosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex and Ankylosaurus magniventris, they both lived in the Hell Creek Formation. So the same environment. Yeah. But, far be it for me to question your teaching methods here, you know? Yeah. That's beautiful. Amateur, and that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah. That catapult now looks practical, says HD, yeah. And at Risadegu, oh, I remember the little dinosaur pills. These are a big part of my childhood too. The sponge capsules that would grow into different shapes. They always had a Stegosaurus. They're not always the most well-devised shapes, but they're fun, you know? I had these too. Yeah. These are a big part of my childhood for sure. Yeah. Yeah. And Special Dominus says, for me, a coloring book on coelacanths and Dunkleosteus got me into science. Specis Domina, have you seen my coelacanth 3D print? If you haven't yet, I'll get it out for you and I'll show you. But, yeah. Yeah. Like 2 baths and a sibling fight and someone lost a leg. I hope it was a sponge and not a sibling who lost a leg there, Risudegu. Yowza. Yeah.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Loved dinos as a kid and now sharing that love with my grandkids.
That's super cool, original old dog. That's super, super cool. That makes me really happy to hear.
Tradoon.
It's really neat how dinosaurs are one of those things that are just evergreen, you know? Dinosaurs will never go out of style. And it's because... well, you know, not to be self-aggrandizing or anything, but it's because paleontologists are constantly learning new things about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are always being reinvented because we're always learning new things about them. We're always finding new dinosaurs. We're learning new things about old dinosaurs that are previously discovered. Dinosaurs are... they're always relevant. They're always new and exciting. You might think that's ironic for animals that died out tens of millions of years ago, except for birds. But that's the thing. Like our discovery that birds are living dinosaurs, which has just happened within the past 30, 40 years. We're always learning new things about dinosaurs, and that makes them always new and interesting. Yeah. Sharkbait says, my love of dinosaurs and science was spurred on by the Marx dinosaur playset from 1971. Very nice. Classic. Yeah. You'll still see these dinosaurs in, like, dollar store boxes and stuff like that to this day. Dinosaurs and other critters. But, yeah. This was top of the line for toys back in the day. This was really awesome stuff. And yet, you still see these. You go to a dollar store, you'll probably find these same models there. Yeah. Yeah. You think you had those? I mean, a lot of people did, Lara Gal. Yeah. Yeah. And that ankylosaur in the tree, water drop? Yep. That's a thing. And Specis has not seen the coelacanth yet. Let me show you. Golganek is excited for me to show you this. Species, because Golganek sent me some 3D printer filament so I could print this coelacanth model. Let me grab it. Holy cow. Well, well, well. Behold, a almost life-size coelacanth 3D print. Yeah. I'm going to be painting this before too long so that we can have a very special coelacanth stream on December 23rd. The anniversary of the discovery of Latimeria chelumnae, the living coelacanth species. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Such a big critter. I mean, they get about twice as big as this. They get a lot bigger. This is a kind of fish, for anybody who's not familiar with this story, it's a really, really cool one. These fish were previously known from fossils. Coelacanths, that name comes from Coelacanthus, which is a genus name for a fossil fish. And they were known as fossils for a long, long time. Since the early 1800s. And then, you know, they disappear from the fossil record about 80 million years ago. At the, you know, in the late Cretaceous period. Until, in 1938, a live one was caught off the coast of South Africa. And, well... Nowadays, we know there are 2 populations left in the world, at least. There's one right there. This is Latimeria chelumnae, the West Indian coelacanth. There's another population in Indonesia.
Look at the size of it.
This dialogue is dubbed in. It's a little corny. Yeah. Look at this incredible fish here. So the coelacanth is really cool because they're closely related to us. To land-living vertebrate animals, what we call tetrapods. So this is a fish that's closer to you and me than it is to a salmon or a trout or a herring or something like that. They're very close to land-living animals, tetrapods. Yeah. So we'll be talking all about this in December. On December 23rd, we're going to have a huge stream about coelacanths. And I hope you'll tune in then. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Anywho. And HD rediscovered a monotremes species in New Guinea. Yeah, that's it's Attenborough's long-beaked echidna, right? Yeah, I heard about that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I think it was previously only known from one specimen, and now it's been photographed in the wild. Very cool. Yeah. And Gabriel says, my Bio 2 professor informed me in class that you need special permits to see and get close to these animals because they are heavily protected, which is good. Yeah, coelacanths. Let's find them on the old Tree of Life, shall we? There's only 2 species that we know of today. These used to be some of the most common fishes in the whole world. This was like a dominant group, and today we've got 2 species. Latimeria chelumnae, that's the one you just saw, and then the Sulawesi coelacanth, the Indonesian coelacanth. They are both either vulnerable or endangered. The West Indian coelacanth here is considered critically endangered. So this is a fish that their lineage has survived for, you know, more than 60 million years. Today there's only 2 species that we know of. We've got to make sure that we don't cause their extinction by over-collecting them or harassing them or messing them up in any way. They have managed to survive in isolated populations for a long, long time. It's very good that they are protected. Because we do not want to lose these critters. That would be a rotten shame if that were to happen. Yeah. And Amaturin says, thanks for pointing that out. Just fixed the assignment. I changed it to sauropods. Live in a more tropical climate. Amaturin, that's wonderful. That's excellent. That works. That works. Yeah. Here. because here's the thing. Here's different creatures from the Hell Creek Formation. These all lived in the same time in the same place. You've got Tyrannosaurus here, Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, and right there is Ankylosaurus. The biggest of the ankylosaurs. It's from the same time in the same place as T-Rex. Sauropods did not live in the Hell Creek. I've done a lot of work in the Hell Creek. Never found a single scrap of any sauropod. They lived in environments further south, and we're not 100% sure, but they may have actually gone extinct before, or at least in North America. Critters like Alamosaurus. Remember the Alamosaurus. Yeah. These guys, there's a chance they went extinct before the very end of the Cretaceous period. Before Hell Creek times. We're not 100% sure yet. We still need better dates on some of these rocks from places like New Mexico, where Alamosaurus is from. And Texas, too, as you could probably imagine. Alamosaurus also from Texas. But, yeah. So, good work there, Emma Jordan. Very nice. Very nice. And that's nice, Lara Gale. I'm glad you had the Mark Stanos. That's very cool. Bringing up memories here on stream. Good stuff. Yeah. And yeah, Mawsonia. Enormous coelacanth, Gabriel. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. And Gabriel says, but Alamo is from the Maastrichtian. There has to be a possibility of it crossing Hell Creek at least a couple times. We don't have any scraps of it anywhere in the Hell Creek Formation, Gabriel. So either it's separated by time, either it went extinct before the Hell Creek. Could be that some of the Maastrichtian rocks from further south are older, which might well be the case. Or it could be a geographic thing. Maybe it's just not the right environment up in the Hell Creek, but we don't have a single scrap, not a single piece of any sauropods anywhere in the Hell Creek. Or in the Lance Formation of Wyoming, to my knowledge. Zero, none, zilch, nada. And those are two geological formations that have been dug since the very beginnings of North American dinosaur paleontology. If they were there, we'd know about them by now. They just don't exist there. They're not there. Oh, yeah. Phoenix Firestar says, yet. I mean... sauropods are hard to miss. If they were in that environment, we would have found them by now. These are not small critters. They're not... It's not easy for them to escape detection. You know? Yeah.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Mama Bonbon. 30 months of support. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Oh, Bonbon, thank you for the Prime sub there. 30 months is a long time, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, I was gonna say let's get back to Stegosaurus. Where did my video go? Talking about these critters. There we are. Yeah. And David P. Glass says, were you saying earlier that not many paleontologists are dinosaur paleontologists? Yes, David, absolutely. Most paleontologists work on other kinds of critters. Paleontology is just the study of fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient living things. That can be fossil plants,
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
fossil fungi, fossil humans. Science Streams, thank you for the 100 bits there. Appreciate that. Or other fossil mammals. Fossil ants. Thank you, Science Streams. We've got a hype train going. Beautiful. Bulent, You were an impressive marksman when it comes to getting those hype trains started. Appreciate that. Yeah. Dinosaurs are just one small part of paleontology in general. Paleontology is the study of ancient life in general. Plants, fungi, microbes, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, birds, which are a kind of dinosaur. So I guess paleoornithology would be a branch of dinosaur paleontology if you want to think of it that way.
Let's protect the fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Phoenix Firestar, holy cow. Thank you for continuing that gift sub you got from Murph. Phoenix Firestar.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs. I appreciate that.
And Wind528, thank you for those 100 bits. Exquisite. We're trying to get to our sub goal by the end of the week. Ideally, we'd be about halfway by now. Toward the end of Wednesday's stream. I stream Monday through Friday, so we'll see if we get there. But yeah. And Phoenix says, this gets my brain moving. I need it. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that. And I need to eat, so thank you for helping me do that. This is how I make my living. This is not a trivial thing for me. This is literally how I put food on the table, is through Twitch streams. This is my sole source of income right now.
The dinosaurs.
Stegosauriversary joy.
Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Thing says, I'm studying 400 million year old marine fossils. Well. What is it, Silurian? Or is that... It's not Devonian. From the Silurian. No, it could be early Devonian. Very cool. Thing, very, very cool. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Here, let's get back to our Stegosaurus here, shall we? There we go. A Silurian, very nice thing, very nice. You rounded.
But others of her kind would be more successful.
Good stuff.
The Stegosaurus was armed with more than just a tail spike.
Let's protect our fossils.
It had 4 tail spikes.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Phoenix Fire Element just subscribed. Well, thank you, Phoenix Fire Element. Phoenix Firestar and Phoenix Fire Element. And Jody Fish, thank you for originally gifting a Phoenix Fire Element that sub. And another Phoenix, holy cow. I really appreciate that. Phoenix Fire Element, thank you. And Mark Melbourne, thank you for that gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Spared no expense.
Mark Melbourne
Lovely.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Nerf_Dharma.
And Heptacular Raptor, thank you for the 15 months right there. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yes. Thank you for your support. It means a lot to me.
At least 17 plates, 60 centimeters high, covered in horn with a razor-sharp edge, ran down its back.
We don't know if they had a razor-sharp edge. Yeah, this is the thing. Here, I've got a Stegosaur plate right here. 3D printed. I have a dorsal plate of a Stegosaurus right here. This is from one of the ones, either this is like halfway down the tail, or this is from nearer the head, because it's not one of the biggest ones. I still have yet to paint it and smooth it and all that good stuff. But razor sharp, I don't know how sharp they would be. This is just the bony core. You got to remember, if this thing is razor sharp, that's going to be because it has a keratin sheath over it, which we know they had, but the keratin sheath would have to be razor sharp, and we don't have that preserved. So we don't know if they'd be razor sharp. What utility would that have in being razor sharp? I don't know. This is not a defensive implement. This is not something that evolved for defense, you know? Yeah. Stegosaurus plate. Do you also have a Stegosaurus cup and saucer? I do have a Stegosaurus cup, Dr. Irrefutable. Do you want me to go get it? let me go grab that. I will be right back with my Stegosaurus cup. Hold on. All right, you ready? This is a prized possession of mine. I got this from my Auntie Kathy, my mom's big sister. My Auntie Kathy might be, if you were to blame anyone for my love of dinosaurs, it might be her. She's always loved dinosaurs. I was exposed to dinosaur things at a very young age at her house. Anyway. She had this mug right here, which was always my favorite mug at her house, and then when I went off to college, she gave it to me. So I do have a Stegosaurus cup. I don't have a Stegosaurus saucer, but I have a Stegosaurus cup and a Stegosaurus plate. So there you go. Thank you, Auntie Kathy. Love you, Auntie Kathy. Yeah.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for
good stuff.
Aunt Kathy Pallia salute.
And thank you, Murph, for the 17 months of support. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, prized possession of mine. Be very careful with that. Let me put that right over here on my desk. So yeah. Anyway, and it's Auntie Kathy with a C, short for Kathleen with a C. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to be going up to visit my mom and my Auntie Kathy for Thanksgiving next week. Maybe, if we're very, very lucky, they might be willing to appear on the stream. Both of them. Mom and Auntie Kathy. We'll see. We'll see. And holy cow, Adosia! Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that, Adosia.
Really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Adosia. There's 5 people in chat who I'm sure are very grateful right now. Thank you, Adosia. Good stuff. So yeah, what do you drink out of that? I've not actually drank anything out of this in a long time, but I used to use it for tea. When I lived in Montana, it would get very cold there during the winters, so I drank hot drinks like tea or hot chocolate. It doesn't get so cold here in the San Francisco Bay Area, so it's been a long time since I've drank out of this, but I'm sure I'll do that again sometime. Yeah. HD says you can get them to play the Millionaire game with us. HD, that's an idea, huh? Very well. Right, let's get back to Stegosaurus and its plates. Not cups or saucers or spoons, but Stegosaurus plates. There we go.
These bony plates are the most famous feature of a Stegosaurus, and also the most controversial. How were they arranged? In a single line? 2 parallel rows? Were they separated?
Coco in the next mailing. I wouldn't say no to that. Next mailing? What do you mean? Gonna send me more stuff?
The first finds of Stegosaurus bones were found broken up and scattered.
Yeah.
Scientists argued for almost a century over how they were aligned and what they were used for.
Scientists argued. I mean, not very many people work on stegosaurs. Despite how cool these animals are, there's not very many people who actually work on these critters. In fact, maybe the one paleontologist in the world who really specializes in these things, in stegosaurs, it's almost kind of by accident. Here. Let's see, I think I found this earlier. I actually need to respond to the email from these good people from the I Know Dino podcast, because they reached out to me about a possible collaboration after my SVP talk, and I've been bad about... Been a bad boy about not responding so far. I need to do that. But Susie Maidmont is a paleontologist who works on stegosaurs. And, I'm trying to find this here. I'm looking through the closed captions. I was actually listening to this in the shower before I started today's stream. Trying to bone up on my stegosaurs a little bit.
Enforcer44 gifted a tier 1 sub.
Enforcer, thank you
They have
for gifting
gift subs in the channel.
Species Stamina. I appreciate that very much. I really do. And I think I found the clip here. Here we go. So, one of the world's authorities on stegosaurs right now started working on stegosaurs almost as an accident.
Oh, we'll have a list of projects that have in vertebrate paleontology or in dinosaurs at least.
Here we go.
Actually, that's not a super interesting story, to be honest with you. It's, so, often when you're trying to get into doing a PhD in vertebrate paleontology or in dinosaurs, at least in the UK, where I did my PhD, then you tend to apply for projects. So supervisors will email.
Susanna Maidmont right
here.
here.
Of projects, they'll advertise a list of projects, and you can go around and apply for these different projects. And there was this really cool project advertised.
Stegosaur paleontologist.
The early evolution of the ornithischian dinosaurs at the University of Cambridge. And I thought that sounded like a really, really cool project. So
And Janine's Mess, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff, Janine's Mess.
J9S Mess really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
If we get to our sub goal at the end of the week, I'll play some ukulele. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Good stuff.
I thought I'd go and apply for that one, and I got asked to go to interview, and I got there at interview, and the supervisor, who was a guy called Dave Norman, who's spent his career working on
Iguanodon, yeah.
Some of your listeners might be familiar with him. As soon as I walked in the room, he said, "Oh, that PhD is not available anymore. I've given it to a chap in the year above. Richard Butler's got it now. So, yeah, you can't do that one." So I sort of was like, "Oh, why am I here then? I don't know. Okay." He interviewed me anyway, so I was like, "All right, Grant." I had no idea what was going on. I was completely at a loss. And after I got home, and after a couple of weeks, he emailed me and said, "How would you like to work on stegosaurs? That one isn't available, but would you like to do a project on stegosaurs? They really need looking at, and nobody's working on them, and nobody's really done anything with them ever."
And this is true. Stegosaurs are one of these groups of dinosaurs that are grievously understudied. It's nuts because Stegosaurus itself is one of everyone's favorite dinosaurs. It's one of the most popular dinosaurs in popular culture. Everybody loves Stegosaurus. And yet Stegosaurus and the rest of the stegosaurs, not very well studied. These are animals that live on like 5 different continents. We've got stegosaurs from North America, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, possibly from South America as well. We don't yet have them from Antarctica or from Australia, although there are possible stegosaur footprints from Australia. And there's rumors of stegosaurian-looking material from Antarctica as well. They might be from all 7 continents. And we basically have like one pretty much full-time stegosaur paleontologist in the world, and that's Susanna Maidmont. Yeah, it's nuts. And why aren't they well studied? I mean, we've got very few dinosaur paleontologists in the world, SP. We don't have very many dinosaur paleontologists. It's probably fewer than like 100 in the whole world. Maybe 200. I don't know. Like scientists who study dinosaurs full time. Most people they won't specialize in a particular group. Susanna Maidmont might be the only like real stegosaur specialist in the world. Yeah.
So, in a modern context. So I think that would be a good project. So I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds great. I had a blow up stegosaur when I was a kid. I had a stegosaur money box, and I thought, well, that sounds fab. So I started working. So I fell into it. It was purely accidental.
Which is kind of crazy to think about, that like one of the world's leading authorities on stegosaurs fell into it. It was purely by accident. Here's a link to that interview there from the I Know Dinosaur podcast. I Know Dino podcast. I really need to respond to their email there. And that was the voice of Susie Maidmont you were hearing there. I was supposed to be on the same crew as her in October, digging up some Thyreophorans dinosaurs, some ankylosaurs in Utah. But unfortunately, the British Broadcasting Corporation had a contract that meant that there was not just no live streaming, but also no photography at that site, I was told. So I couldn't afford to be there I would have had to take like a month off of live streaming, and I can't do that. I also couldn't have left this community for a whole month. So anyway. Yeah. Yeah, and Solar Beam King says, really, only 200? 200 is probably a highball estimate. There's probably like 90 dinosaur paleontologists in the world. Maybe. This is actually another publication that I would like to do, is like a survey, a census of how many people work on dinosaurs. It's not very many. It might be fewer than 100 in the whole world. It's definitely fewer than 200, I would say. Yeah. But yeah. Well, you're my favorite of them all. I appreciate that, Solar Beam King. Thank you. Oh, you flatter me. My goodness. Anyway, if you want to watch a talk by a stegosaur specialist by Susie Maidmont, here is a talk from the Royal Tyrrell Museum series.
So there's hardly any range overlap between these two tags at all. And I think that's
Check that out. If you're really into stegosaurs, if you want, over the course of an hour and a quarter, if you want to know everything there is to know about stegosaurs, this is a good place to start, I guess. Watch Susie Maidmont's talk about this there. There's the link there in the chat for you. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, so iconic. I'm amazed to learn it's not well studied. It's not. We don't have that many stegosaur specimens. It's just... It's not particularly well known. Here, she talks about it here.
To volume ratio of the plates was capable of doing that, so that would have worked. Now,
here,
might be laying an egg or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's weird.
So here's some different stegosaurs from around the world. We have Stegosaurus right here, but Stegosaurus is only one of the stegosaurs. It gave its name to this whole family, the Stegosauria, Stegosauridae. But it's only one of the stegosaurs. So Dr. Maidmont's going to talk about this here.
And the question that I am asked most commonly as a stegosaur researcher is, well, what was the function of these plates and spines? And that's a really, really good question, and it's one that's really difficult to answer. These are a whole range of different stegosaurs. In the top left here, we've got Gigantspinosaurus from China. I don't know why it's sitting in that position. It looks like it might be laying an egg or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's weird.
That's a weird animal, Gigantspinosaurus. Holy cow, is it weird. There's that same mount there in China. But it's got these ridiculously huge shoulder spikes on it. Like, what is even going on with this animal? Incredibly weird. So this is one kind of stegosaur from China. Gigantspinosaurus is its name.
Weird. That's mounted in the Zagong Dinosaur Museum. I've shown you Sophie before on the top right there.
There's Stegosaurus there.
That's another Chinese stegosaur called Huayangosaurus.
Huayangosaurus right here.
Right, that's a Portuguese stegosaur called Miragaia.
Miragaia. I happen to have a Miragaia plastic model right here in my office. Yeah. looks pretty different from other stegosaurs, right? Doesn't look like your typical Stegosaurus here, because it's not. Yeah. Interesting stuff.
I hope, from these pictures is that...
And Tomzine Faran Mungo says, I like Stegosaurs. Well, good to have you here. Welcome. You're in the right place.
Most obviously, Stegosaurus has these very, very big, broad, flat plates, and they seem to have been arranged kind of offset from each other. Whereas in the other Stegosaurs, we actually find that the plates
Orange
were
and blue.
arranged as
It's good
pairs
combo,
down
Steely Dan, yeah.
and they're much, much smaller than they are in Stegosaurus. And they're also not as plate-like. They're not as big and flat. They're much more kind of triangular and maybe a bit fatter. And in Miragaia here, and also in Gigantospinosaurus, you can see that they also have these very, very big spines that come out of their shoulder, and we don't have those in Stegosaurus. In Miragaia also, we have some lovely paired plates, so we can see really, really clearly that the plates were actually paired down their necks. So a number of different...
Species says, so the plates could be paired or offset. Interesting. I think we don't understand that super well. In Stegosaurus, they seem to be staggered like this. They don't seem to be paired where they're like symmetrical like this. They seem to be offset or staggered. That's funny. When I was a kid, that's how I learned that term, staggered like this, was from learning about stegosaurs. Another way how, dinosaurs help promote general literacy and critical thinking and stuff like that. But she's going to talk about the possible function of these plates.
Different ideas have been suggested in the past about why, what the function of the stegosaurus plates might have been. One that's kind of commonly been suggested that I've tried to show here using this illustration on the left with the red flushed plates is this idea that they could have been used as heat radiators. Now, ornithischian...
I think this is meant to be display, not heat radiation here. This comes from that Walking with Dinosaurs idea that they would flush blood into their plates in order to scare off predators, you know? Here we go. This is from 1999's Walking with Dinosaurs. I like how the end of the tail is so, like, barely there. That's funny to me. The tail vertebrae would extend a little bit further down the tail than that. A little Diplodocus there. There's Allosaurus. Watch out, little baby Diplodocus. Run, run, run! Ah! Stegosaurus. So this is what I wanted to show you, this clip. And I'm sorry, can you not hear this right now? Shoot. OBS, this is really, really annoying. I'm sorry. Give me a second here. That should be headphones there. I'm sorry this got ruined. OBS is being really screwy and resetting, without me asking it to, a bunch of my different audio settings. There we go. That's better. Sorry about that. Henny says, I thought you did that on purpose. I mean, No, I didn't. Sorry. OBS has been real screwy lately, and, yeah. Messing up my audio settings. And Doulahan 00, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. So that's one idea, is that those plates would have been used for anti-predator display. You know? Yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. Sorry, just frustrated about OBS being all screwy. That's what they're showing here in this Walking with Dinosaurs live experience model. Here. Walking with Dinosaurs, the Arena Spectacular. Let's find Stegosaurus here. There we go. Really impressive animatronics they have here, and puppetry. It's good stuff. This is a live stage show.
You see the plates? Those plates running all the way down the back. What do you think they're there? Fence? That's a strange position for armor, don't you think?
Yeah, not good for armor. Seeing a thing this big moving around is really impressive, you know? And there is fossilized Stegosaurus skin to a certain extent, little pink pony. Yeah, we've got it around the neck.
To make him look bigger. A form of display to intimidate. From the front, he's tall and slender, but from the side, he's like a mountain of dinosaurs.
Doulahan. There you go, Doulahan. Yeah, yeah. Good to have you here. Glad you're familiar with Walking with Dinosaurs.
Over a meter long.
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
They could pierce right through the toughest hides. Makes you think Stegosaurus wouldn't be afraid of anything.
Anyway, is it going to do the... Here comes Allosaurus here.
Jurassic. 3 times a massive predator, but he's fast and agile, like his little ancestor Liliosternus. Stegosaurus.
All right, they're gonna fight. Are his plates gonna turn red? I thought that was the idea here. Maybe they got rid of that idea. I don't know. Maybe they got rid of that functionality. Maybe it's only in earlier versions of the show that they had that.
There's no way Stegosaurus can outrun an Allosaurus. His only hope is to stand his ground and try and keep those lethal spikes between them.
But we bit off more than we could chew.
Casey Snowart, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome.
5 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How did your stream go, Casey? I hope it was really, really good. What did you get up to? I hope whatever it was, it went well. Thanks for bringing your folks here. I appreciate that. We were watching this talk by, well, part of this talk by Susanna Maidmont, who is one of the only, like, stegosaur researchers in the world, people who, like, primarily focus on stegosaurs. She might actually be the only stegosaur specialist in the world right now. But she had this slide right here. This is from the Walking with Dinosaurs Arena Spectacular. So we were watching a little clip about that here to try and see if they still have this idea that its plates would flush with color to intimidate predators. So we're seeing if they still have that in the show. I guess they don't show that. It's kind of funny how clunky these are. Like, it's really impressive that you can get a thing this big. If anything, this kind of shows how impressive dinosaurs were just as living animals. In the sense that in order to get a machine to walk around and do this kind of motion, you have to do all kinds of crazy stuff, like have these platforms underneath with wheels on them. And even so, like, even then, they're kind of slow and they don't really appear that natural. The idea that there were, you know, the dinosaurs were actually this big and actually walked around and were faster than this, that's kind of incredible, you know? That even very modern, very expensive technology is still not able to replicate what these dinosaurs were able to achieve 150 million years ago. That's interesting to think about. They don't have the colorful plates thing going on. Huh. Okay, interesting. Anyway, they used to have it apparently, and maybe they got rid of that in that show. But yeah, Casey Snowart was drawing dinosaurs and told people they need to come over here. Well, Casey Snowart, I appreciate that. What dinosaurs were you drawing? I'd love to hear about it. Yeah. Ungoy says, how much do we know about the plates on Stegosaurus backs? Were they like bony skin like on a crocodilian, or did they have blood vessels? Crocodilians also have blood vessels. So crocodiles and alligators, they're osteoderms. Those are the bones embedded in the skin. Those also have blood vessels too. Probably not as much as like a stegosaur would have, but they've also got blood vessels in there. Crocs and alligators have that too. The plates on a stegosaur's back are like those scutes on an alligator or a crocodile. These are called osteoderms. Comes from the word osteo, which means bone. Derm, like dermal, dermatitis, dermatologist, skin. Bone skin. It's a bone embedded in the skin. For stegosaurs, they would have been more vascularized than a crocodilian. And you can look at that vascularization. You can look at those really cool blood vessels. Right there. Where's that image? I'm trying to show this to you large scale so you can see what I mean. There we go. So all these grooves in it right here, these are for blood vessels. So like I was saying, crocodiles and alligators have got a similar thing, but not as much as this. Stegosaurs really turned that up to 11. And so we know that they had a serious blood supply to their plates. But why? Was it for thermoregulation, like the fins on a radiator, that they would flush blood up into their plates to help cool the animal off? Is it kind of like the, for keratin attachment? Which, this is what I think it is. You see this in, here, let's look at a cassowary skull. All these blood vessel grooves that you've got on the skull of a cassowary. Is it more like this? where this has got a sheath over the top of it, a sheath of horn of keratin over the top. That's what it's for in a cassowary. This is honestly what I think it is. But it may have been very, very brightly colored in a stegosaur. Yeah, that's really my idea for these. I think it's consistent with a keratin sheath. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Ngoy, I hope that makes sense. Lil Pink Pony wants to know, do all dinosaur paleontologists focus on one dinosaur? No. No, definitely not. It depends. It's difficult to, like, make broad statements about this because there aren't that many dinosaur paleontologists in the world. There's, like, fewer than 200, like I was saying earlier. Some dinosaur paleontologists work on a specific group. Like, people like Thomas Carr. Thomas Carr here works on tyrannosaurs. He's a tyrannosaur specialist. This is what he does. Is he works on tyrannosaurs. Other paleontologists might not specialize in a particular group. They might specialize in a certain time period. Like, they go out to a certain part of the world and they dig up all the fossils from that environment and try to recognize what's going on in that environment. They try and study it in as much depth as they can. Certain paleontologists work on, like, biomechanics. They've got, like, a different specialty in that they've got a particular way to study lots of different kinds of dinosaurs. People like, John Hutchinson. He works on, like, the biomechanics of dinosaurs. And he's got a really great talk with the Burke Museum. If you want to learn about how dinosaurs... learn about dinosaur movement. There's a lovely video here from the Burke Museum all about this. Here's a link. So there's lots of different ways to be a paleontologist. You don't have to specialize in a particular group. Even within dinosaurs, you don't have to specialize in a particular dinosaur group. Like, I'm working on a few different things. I'm working on Spinosaurids right now. These cool fish-eating dinosaurs. Here's a 3D model that I sculpted and printed of Baryonyx, a fish-eating dinosaur. I'm working on these guys and how they caught fish, but I'm working on some other groups of dinosaurs as well. So you don't have to pigeonhole yourself into one group. For some people that works really well, and that's what they do. They become a specialist in a particular taxonomic clade, a group of dinosaurs. But yeah, and then of course, they're the 95% of paleontologists who don't work on dinosaurs. They might specialize in biomolecules, or coprolites, or a certain kind of stratigraphy, or, you know, statistical methods used for studying extinct animals, all kinds of different stuff. There's pretty much as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. It's such a cool field like that. No two people have identical research, even across different groups. Oh yeah. Tom Azid, Farhan says, did you play dinosaur video games? Not really. I was never really into video games very much as a kid. Or even today. I maybe played a few. I played the Zoo Tycoon dinosaur game a little bit when I was a kid. But yeah, I've never really been into dinosaur games very much, to be honest. I've never really been into video games in general. Yeah. And Dillahan says, I want to focus on dinosaur paleontology, but there's famously like 3 dinosaur bones total found in my state. I guess which state that is? Is that Washington State, maybe? It's local paleo stuff is more focused on what we do have. It's cool, Dullahan. That's cool. Yeah. You know, I live in a state not famous for its dinosaurs. I live in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But I still work on dinosaurs. I just have to travel to other states to dig up dinosaurs. And then a lot of my work is also literature focused rather than like specimen focused. But yeah. So yeah. And do you do thicker layers for bigger prints? I don't, Lugnudo, no. Same settings for everything. Yeah. And I have been to Dinosaur, Colorado. Very small town. Not a lot there, Lugnudo. Honestly, Dinosaur, Colorado has got a lot less to offer than like Vernal, Utah, across the border in Utah. But yeah, I've driven through Dinosaur, Colorado on a number of occasions, Lugnudo.
I've done a lot of crazy things in my life, but
Yeah.
never stuck my head into a hornet.
Anywho, Stegosaurs. Let's get back to them, shall we?
Dinosaurs were cold-blooded dinosaurs, or at least had a more cold-blooded metabolism, but they were very, very, very large. So actually, their biggest problem, unlike kind of something like a lizard today, is rather than having to waddle out and wait for the sun to heat them up enough to become active, but have actually been losing their metabolic heat. So they're generating heat all the time by moving around and eating and all the processes that are going on inside their bodies. But they've got to lose that heat somehow.
So that's one idea, is that stegosaur plates may have been used for kind of radiating heat, dumping heat to the environment. It's an interesting idea. I also kind of wonder whether the evidence that these animals were cold-blooded is really going to hold up to future study, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah. Gimpleg says, I thought of this channel when I drove through Bozeman. Well. Made it to Indiana. 3-day drive across the country, but no internet yet, so just hoping to say hi. Thank you, Gimpleg. You drive safe, and I'm touched you thought of me when you drove through Bozeman. That's great. I lived there for almost 8 years. Like, 2 weeks shy of 8 years. I lived in Bozeman, Montana. Anyway, we've got stegosaur material in the museum in Bozeman. That might be the furthest north Stegosaurus material in any museum in the world.
It was assumed they were defensive, to shield the backbone from attack. But even if the plates were laid flat, the Stegosaurus's flanks remained exposed.
Yeah, they're not for armor, those plates.
The mystery remained unsolved until some observant paleontologists noticed the plates were covered with tiny grooves, which suggested the presence of blood vessels. This meant the plates were living tissue, not solid bone. But what?
Oh, they were both. What? Solid bone is living tissue. Bone is alive. It's a living tissue. It's got osteocytes in it, you know, like bone cells.
Why expose vulnerable blood vessels to an attacker? Ken thinks Stegosaurus might have used its plates like an elephant uses its ears. An elephant has a built-in cooling system. When it is hot, it turns into the wind and flaps its ears. The wind cools the blood in its ears and then circulates through its body, reducing the elephant's temperature.
It's not really wind that does that, it's more that just like... Anyway, just having those blood vessels like close to the surface of the skin helps dissipate heat. Like, I guess wind can help a little bit, but like it's not really for wind. Yeah.
To see if he was right, Ken turned to an unconventional technology.
This is pretty cool, a wind tunnel.
If a wind tunnel can test the aerodynamics of an aircraft or an automobile, why not a stegosaur's plates? Ken experimented with 3 alignments: the simple row, the parallel pair, or the overlapping pair.
Staggered arrangement, yeah.
Here's my Stegosaurus on a very hot day. turns its body sideways to the wind, and as the breeze passes over the plates, causes the wind to become turbulent, and all the heat is then pulled into the wind, thereby cooling the animal off.
You can really tell that by just looking at... I don't know. Okay. I don't know how wind tunnels work. This just seems a little ad hoc.
Maximum surface area to a cooling wind. The
Thing 1 of 2. Oh, very
plates work
nice.
best for regulating body temperature.
Dinotopia game.
But they may have had another equally practical use.
Another purpose for the plates besides thermal regulation might be illustrated by these two skeletons. We can imagine a scene 145 million years ago with the Stegosaurus walking through the forest being stalked by an Allosaurus. Once the Stegosaurus is starting to feel threatened, it might turn its body sideways and increase blood flow into the plates, causing them to blush and stand out against the forest greens. It would certainly make itself look bigger and more intimidating. This is kind of like a cat when it's angry, arches its back, fluffs up its fur, makes itself look bigger. The plates would certainly have that function in the Stegosaurus.
But if it is an anti-predator thing, you wonder why other Stegosaurs had such smaller plates. You know? Like Twojangosaurus. This is a dinosaur that's got much smaller plates. They're not nearly as broad as Stegosaurus. I don't know. You wonder. You wonder. What's going on with that?
Clearly, this blushing brute was no docile plant eater, but a cleverly designed war machine capable of attack as well as defense. But
Dramatic narration. And what was the climate it lived in? So, like, kind of semi-arid, hot. Almost think of, like, maybe like the African Serengeti today. Something like that. Although there would have been, you know, it would have been seasonally dry, fairly warm, but you would have had, like, big, you know, seasonal rains also. Yeah.
History demanded innovation. Over time, opposition stiffened.
Attracting mates.
Faster.
I think you meant attacking mates schedule, and I thought, yeah.
As
Anyway.
the Jurassic gave way to the Cretaceous 135 million years ago, weapons and tactics were being refined.
And are we going to get into Nodosaurs here? Yep, here's Jim going to be talking about Nodosaurs.
Sophisticated system of balance, the largest brain of any animal of its day. Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around. There's nothing it couldn't take on him.
Although the funny thing is, we were digging up what could be part of another dinosaur that would have been larger than Utahraptor and probably would be a dinosaur that Utahraptor would be afraid of. A Carcharodontosaur. Yeah. Something, you know, kind of like this. Maybe not quite this big, but yeah. Anyway, Utahraptor would not want to mess with this animal. Anyway, it's funny how, like, sometimes things that you say in a documentary as a paleontologist, you later end up disproving yourself through further discoveries that you make years later. Anyway, I can't talk too much about that yet because it's not published, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Scrolling through chat here, trying to catch up. Ungoy says, I heard earlier that stegosaurs were on most continents, but do we know what latitudes they were while alive? Yes. We actually have a pretty good idea of paleolatitudes. So let's go back to 170 million years ago. We've got a pretty good idea of the arrangement of the continents back then. Yeah, let's go to, say, 150 million years ago when Stegosaurus itself was alive. Stegosaurus was from here in North America, from places like southern Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. And so those would have been even closer to the equator than they are today back then. Excuse me. Yeah. Likewise, England, where the first stegosaur was discovered, closer to the equator. Spain and Portugal, even closer down there. And then Tanzania here in eastern Africa, where Kentrosaurus is from, a Jurassic stegosaur. Yeah, from below the equator. Much further south than it is today. So yeah, we do have a really decent idea of the latitudes of these animals would have lived at. Yeah. And Pacific Plankton says, "Come to listen while I cook." Well, it's good to have you here, Pacific Plankton. Thank you for tuning in. I hope the cooking goes well. Yeah, I actually might need to do some cooking myself in just a little bit, so I won't be streaming for too much longer here. Yeah, Ungoy says, "That's wild." I mean, that's paleogeography. We can tell this from a lot of different things. Paleomagnetism is one way. We can tell the climates based on the plants that lived in those regions as well. So if you find tropical plants in, say, modern-day England, you can tell, well, shoot, the climate back then would have been a lot different than it is today. And part of that is geography, is latitude. England was further south back then. Yeah. Steely Dan says, "Have we seen the Thagomizer comic on stream today?" We haven't yet, actually. I wonder if there's a video about that. Let's see here. The origins of the word Thagomizer.
Favorite dinosaurs, and they will say one of 5 dinosaurs. My personal favorite: Diplodocus, Raptors, T-Rex, Triceratops, or Stegosaurus.
It worked! My time machine worked! I am a Stegosaurus!
Man, it's not even a Stegosaurus. It's some kind of Brontosaurus. Tom's.
It's a sauropod. Oh, Brontosaurus. Anyway. No. Video is not up to our standards. Anyway, the word Thagomizer comes from... Oh, no closed captions. Well, shoot. Let me just show you. Nonsense. Reddit will not let you. Here, check this out. Let's just look at it on Wikipedia. Good old Wikipedia. Thagomizer is the distinctive arrangement of 4 spikes on the tails of stegosaurian dinosaurs. I think they were used for defense. The arrangement of spikes originally had no distinct name, but sometimes, in the same way that art can be influenced by science, sometimes art goes and influences science too, in cool ways. Cartoonist Gary Larson, from the Far Side comic series, invented the name Thagomizer in 1982 as a joke in the comic strip The Far Side, and it was gradually adopted as an informal term, sometimes used within scientific circles, research, and education. And this is that... Man, that's tiny. I'm just trying to find you a decent-sized image of this. There we go. So, I don't know why that caveman has a slide projector. I guess that's part of why it's funny. But he says, now this end is called the Thagomizer, after the late Thag Simmons. I'm not going to explain the joke, but, yeah. That's where this term originally comes from. And people who work on stegosaurs, like Ken Carpenter, whom you saw earlier, Ken Carpenter was right here. There's Ken right there.
stand out against the forest greens.
Apparently, Ken Carpenter was one of the first to actually use this term in the scientific literature. He really liked that comic. He thought that was really funny. He's like, let's use that in the scientific literature. So this has been published in scientific papers. Yeah, the term was picked up initially by Ken Carpenter, then a paleontologist at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. He used the term when describing a fossil at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting in 1993, the SVP. It's since been adopted as an informal anatomical term, and is used by the Smithsonian Institution, Dinosaur National Monument, and the book The Complete Dinosaur, and the BBC documentary series Planet Dinosaur. The term has also appeared in some technical papers describing stegosaurs and related dinosaurs. There you go. So yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Gary must have gotten a kick out of that. I mean, his stuff has been very popular among scientists. Gary Larson actually has a couple of different critters named after him. There we go. Here is a chewing louse, found only on owls. Doesn't have a common name, but there it is. It's a louse. You know, lice is the plural, louse is the singular. And Strigophilus, that means like it's fond of owls. It's found on owls, that makes sense. Strigophilus Gary Larsoni, named after him. So a scientist was such an admirer of Gary Larson's work that they decided to name a new species of organism after him. So there you go. Yeah. Seems like a bit of a lousy tribute, says Thalo, and yeah. It was named after Gary Larson, creator of the syndicated cartoon The Far Side. In a letter, Larson, Clayton, who is, I guess, the author of the paper, praised the cartoonist for the enormous contribution that my colleagues and I feel you have made to biology through your cartoons. In his 1989 book, Prehistory of the Far Side, Larson stated, I consider this an extreme honor. Besides, I know no one was going to write and ask to name a new species of swan after me. You have to grab these opportunities when they come along. Clayton wrote, he honored Larson in appreciation of the unique light he has shed on the workings of nature. And then we've got another one, a butterfly named after Gary Larson, apparently. Yeah. Very nice. Wait, it is named after him, right? Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. It is one of the highest honors afforded to anyone, living or dead, to have a creature named after you. So this is a big deal. Yeah. Are we sure he liked Gary Larson? I mean, I've read that book, So Spartan, The Prehistory of the Far Side, and the letter is reproduced in there. And it was something like, you know, I really wanted to honor you with a name, but I don't study cute and cuddly animals. I study parasites. So don't take this the wrong way, but I really appreciate you. I'm naming this creature after you. It was meant as a sign of the utmost respect and admiration. Yeah. Transformative. There you go, Thalo. Yeah. Yeah. And lived in HD. You're trying to get my goat there. I'm not gonna. Here, maybe one last thing about Stegosaurus before I wrap this up. I didn't really have enough time to prepare a big Stegosaurus curriculum for today, so I hope I've done pretty well considering that. But some of you might be familiar with this famous tableau from the Disneyland Railroad in Disneyland, Anaheim, California. And Fedorasaur, we'll have to talk about Kentrosaurus tomorrow, but thank you for that Dinosaur Deep Dive request. Here we go. So, you ride the train at Disneyland between Tomorrowland and Main Street, USA. They've got a Grand Canyon scene here. There we go.
That was the Grand Canyon as we know it today. But it wasn't always this way. Now, let's travel back in time. Way back.
I like the original narration better.
Fantastic past of the primeval world. Land of the dinosaurs.
Land of the dinosaurs. But anyway, it kind of takes you through time. We've got these... Well, we had synapsids earlier. We've got these Edaphosaurus here from the Permian period. I think we had the Carboniferous before then. We're kind of moving forward through time. We've got big ol' Apatosaurs of the Jurassic period. We've got some Pteranodon there from the Cretaceous. Triceratops from the end of the Cretaceous. Baby Triceratops. I could talk for days about this. Ornithomimosaurs. These are kind of scenes that are taken out of Disney's Fantasia from 1940. And then at the very end, you have this famous battle between Tyrannosaurus and Stegosaurus here. And the funny thing about this is these two dinosaurs, not only did they never meet, Tyrannosaurus is closer in time to Twitch.tv, to you and me, and the year 2023 than it is to Stegosaurus. Tyrannosaurus died out 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. Stegosaurus died out about 144 million years ago. Maybe 140 million years ago, something like that. Anyway, these guys are separated by about 70 or 80 million years of time. Tyrannosaurus is only separated from us by 66 million years. So this is a very, very inaccurate thing to depict. I always say that this would have been more accurate if the Tyrannosaurus were facing off against Abraham Lincoln in the Hall of Presidents. You know? So yeah. Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. I know it's a cliche to say this. If you know your dinosaurs really well, this is a cliche, but there's more time separating them than there is separating T-Rex from us. We're closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex is to Stegosaurus. Kind of puts things into perspective, huh? How long the age of the dinosaurs was? It's cool to think about. And are we sure it's a Tyrannosaur? We know beyond a shadow of a doubt, Gerbil Ninja, yeah. Despite it having 3 fingers, it is modeled after Tyrannosaurus. When you go back and watch the original, like... Walt Disney himself said this is Tyrannosaurus. That's what they modeled it after, even though they got the number of fingers wrong. Yeah. Denver Museum of Natural... Interesting, Phoenix. I didn't know they set that up in honor of Fantasia. That's cool. Dr. Irrefutable says, do we have any idea why Stegosaurus didn't last up until the end of the Cretaceous? They don't even make it into the late Cretaceous. This is a thing that we're still kind of figuring out. Here in Utah, there's this lovely diagram here of different dinosaurs from different times. The stegosaurs disappear from the Utah record here at the end of the Jurassic. And then those niches are taken over by ankylosaurs. We don't really know why stegosaurs go extinct, but a number of different groups of dinosaurs and other critters go extinct at the end of the early Cretaceous period. Stegosaurs, spinosaurs, ichthyosaurs, pliosaurs, those big short-necked plesiosaurs with the huge heads, they all die out at the same time. At the end of the early Cretaceous period. So, like, the middle Cretaceous, they're gone. And this may have been a kind of a major extinction event. A biotic crisis in the sense that a lot of these critters are just dying off. It may have been that Earth saw a period of global cooling. There may have been massive volcanic eruptions at the time. We don't really know 100% what the mechanism was, but like a lot of critters go extinct in the middle of the Cretaceous period. There. In the middle Cretaceous, I think it's like is it the end of the Cenomanian? I think the end Cenomanian extinction. Spinosaurus is like the last of the Spinosaurs, goes extinct here at the end of the Cenomanian, I want to say. Something happened right here at the end of that time. And we lose different groups of dinosaurs. I'm sure there's sauropod groups that also go extinct then. I think the Diplodocus might go extinct then too. It's a bad time. And so dinosaurs, like, their diversity drops, and then it starts to rise again up until the Maastrichtian. And then the asteroid hits, of course, at the end of the Maastrichtian. So dinosaurs may have been kind of like recovering up until here. Yeah. You get groups like ceratopsians and pachycephalosaurs that evolve in this interim right here, and they really do well afterward. Maybe occupying some of the niches that were left open by that extinction event. Yeah. So, yeah, and are there any plateless stegosaurs? There aren't any that we have ongoing, no. All the stegosaurs we have had plates, as far as we can tell. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Pope says, do you think if they survived, they would have completely lost their arms like whales did? Pope, that's a good question. Dinosaurs like T-Rex, you know, they went extinct kind of in their prime. They were still doing really cool things, getting really big. They were on the ascent, and then that asteroid hit, and they died out. Their arms seem to be shrinking and shrinking, though. If that asteroid had missed Earth, maybe they would have lost those arms altogether. This is something that paleontologists have actually talked about. I'll show you. So this is the Scientific American Book of Dinosaurs. Greg Paul edited this and wrote some of the chapters. Well-known paleo artist. And this is a really cool illustration here. I'll read you the caption. It goes, "There were never dinosaurs like these, but there might have been if just a few of the non-avian examples had not died out at the end of the Cretaceous. Perhaps horned dinosaurs would have evolved from the surviving protoceratopsids. The thunder across the American plains, accompanied by hadrosaurs with square-tipped bills, ideally suited for cropping the new grasses, all to be hunted by long-legged tyrannosaurs, you see here, that had lost their useless arms." Right there, so there's just these tiny little nubbins where the arms used to be right there. It could be that dinosaurs like T-Rex were on their way to losing those arms entirely, and they just never got a chance to do it. Because that asteroid hit, and they got wiped out. It would make sense. We can't really test that idea because, well, shoot. Unless you have a time machine and want to deflect that asteroid, see what happens millions of years later, I guess you could run that experiment. But otherwise, it's not really a testable hypothesis, you know? Yeah. Anyway. But then there wouldn't be any humans around to point out their armlessness. Oh yeah, if that had happened, there's no shot we would have evolved. If that asteroid hadn't hit, we already know that mammals had failed to really get big for 160 million years. And it's only immediately after the asteroid that they do get big. It's fairly obvious it was because of the asteroid, you know? So yeah. Anyway. And Limey Show, my word nubbins. There you go, Limey Show, yeah. Yeah. Do you see the thing Giraffes evolved that were adapted for headbutting each other? Oh yeah, but we've known this for a while. Yeah. Yeah, those giraffe relatives. Yep. Anyway. It is time for me to wrap up this stream. I hope everybody's got a better appreciation of Stegosaurus now. Happy Stegosauriversary. Stegosaurus, of course, named on this very date, November 15th, 1877. Didn't even have a chance to look at the original publication or anything. Too many questions, but it's always a good thing. Questions are why I'm here, you know? So I can't complain about that. Next year, we'll make a bigger deal out of the Stegosauriversary. I didn't really have much time to prepare this year. But for now, let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. There's Deinonychus, the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, to run our credits over here. And don't go away just yet. We are going to see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science, or something interesting at least. Who have we got? Let's see here. Astro Canuck is on. Well, well, well. Let's go raid into Astro Canuck. See what he's doing. Streaming in science and technology. Good deal. Oh, and he's doing some telescope stuff right now. Very, very cool. Well, you're in for a treat, chat. Very nice. Everybody, thank you for another fun stream. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. We are almost where we should be. Halfway through our sub goal for the week, so thank you for that. Thank you very, very much. Everybody from the quietest of lurkers to the most vociferous of chatters and question askers, with those cheerers and gifters and subscribers, to the moderators who help keep this train on its tracks. Thank you for everything you do. I'm looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow for a special Thursday Birds Day stream. You'll be pleased to know that I've finished the Thursday Birds Day cold open video, the video stinger for Thursday Birds Day. And I'm excited to show that off tomorrow. Don't miss that. Oh man, I'm excited about it. Anyway, let's go check out Astro Canuck, everybody. And I'll see you later. Take care.